And in this stream, we're going to be working more on the desktop app that I was working on in the other streams. One second. There we go. Okay. So let's see here. Hopefully the chat works across like YouTube and Twitch, so I can just use this one chat situation here. I need to figure out how to get this thing out. Show mode. Anyway, all right. So we're back to working on this desktop app here, doing it in Tauri. And this is what we have so far. I'm also using Nostr, so I can just plug into a social media network. And, you know, if you're writing blogs, you can just publish to a social media network that kind of already exists. I'll also be kind of writing this React hooks library alongside of it. And today we're probably going to focus on publishing blogs and like doing that kind of thing, which is not going to be the most, well, we'll see. It might be actually pretty interesting. So let me go and see if I can grab the chat. Let's go to YouTube here. My account. Okay, live. Pause this. And let's see. Couldn't watch your stream till the end, but watch the video to refresh the app on Tauri. Press Control R like a browser. Oh, okay. Nice. So, yeah, I need to I need to get better at that. I just right click and do stuff. But I'm gonna put a refresh button very likely today as well. So let me if I take this, how do I take, oh, okay, let's grab this and like toss it up there. Okay. And now what we'll do is we'll just kind of put this somewhere. Hello, hello, Brahim. So let me just a little bit like this. I wish I could make this thing like pin this thing. Like how can? Wait, here we go. Always on top. Nice. Wow. Sweet. Okay, nice. All right, now I can always have the chat up. Perfect. Also, you search for split keyboards. Take a look at the Keychron split keyboard. Right now, I'm too poor to buy a split keyboard, but maybe in the future I will consider getting one. All right, so now let's see here. I'm going to turn off these little things. I was kind of fixing some stuff, like we had some overflow here, but we're going to get rid of that now. This is what the app looks like now. So we got little images here next to the blogs. Scroll down. Let's Control R here. Is that what it is? To refresh. Seems to not work. Control Shift R. Ah, well, oh well. So let's refresh. Okay. And so here is our blog page. If I scroll down, I have infinite scroll. So we can keep scrolling and blogs keep coming up. All of the profiles get called with one call, which is kind of an important thing to do with Nostr. And then now we can click on this here. We got our creamy taco soup, and we got a little blog page for it. So I'm also going to be adding comments to this very likely today. We'll see how that goes, but I'm going to have to fix a library, I think, to do it correctly. We also have our writing and publishing that we're going to have to do as well today. What's the shortcut on browser to refresh? It's the same for Tauri. I think I don't know. I thought it was like Control R or something like this. Maybe Alt R. No, nothing seems to really work for me. Anyway, doesn't matter. I don't need to be the most efficient. So, let's see here. Maybe it's F5. Then I have to hit the function key and press 5. Nope, nothing happened. Okay. Get that there. All right, yeah. So now let me let's see. Where should we what should we work on here? Oh, you know what? I need dummy profiles, and I already have that. So we might as well implement some dummy profiles here. We already got rid of the extra image. Yeah, so like for users who don't have a username and don't have a profile, let's implement something for that. So let's go to posts. We're already there. Image, okay, and let's go to, I think I have a user profile. Profile. No? I thought I did. I thought I had a user profile component. Profile. Oh, user avatar. Okay. I probably could use this component there as well. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe not, because I have this there. I don't want to like call that twice, so it's fine. What we'll do is we'll just grab this image component here. We'll replace this image component here. Profile event, yes. We'll do that. Then we'll jump back here. And we need the seed to be the blog event dot pub key, and then I need to import this. All right. Now I think that one just can't be found, and I think that's the problem there. But for users who don't have one now, we see we got that's a dummy avatar. This is a dummy avatar. Also, I should be able to delete this now. Whoops. I don't like this. What's happening here? It takes like a second to kind of... whatever. We can delete that though. And see, it says event has been deleted down here in the little sonner toast. So we can dismiss that. How's it going? Zeribu. But yeah, let's see if we can find some other profiles that don't have a profile picture. There's one, and there's one. Okay. But then once it does have the profile picture, it fills in. Here's another one there. Okay, cool. So that should make that look better. Now what we can do is we also need a name if there's no name. So right now we have profile event.name. So we want it to be that. So we'll say use, let's do yank enter there. And we'll say, and also let's go like this. Name, and then we'll do a ternary. Whoops. Like that. What's the problem here? What? Oh. Well, no, that should be fine, I think. Oh, actually, I think I know what the problem is. This is in brackets. And if not, then we're going to do short npub. We're going to pass it that. All right. So if you don't have a name, I can just use your public key that you post to the profile with, and there we go. So now we have something that looks a little bit better. I mean, it kind of sucks when there is no image. There's just really not much I could do about that, I guess, like if the image can't be found. But at least it looks a little bit better for users who just have no profile image and who have no name. So at least we have something to go off of there. Now, let me go down here. Also, I think something's happening. My computer wants to like explode right now, I can tell. Jeez. Yeah, I think it's because of TypeScript server. So let's close this and this. All right, and now hopefully things are a little more calm. Maybe not. It's crazy. This never happens on my MacBook. Let's update NeoVim too. Why not? And then we'll also see if we can. I know there was an update to the TypeScript server thing. Oh, it looks like I gotta fix that as well. Okay. All right, let's open this again. We'll go to our hooks, profile, open the blog app again, and we'll do, let's think. So we have the blog page. We can look at blogs. I think what we kind of need is a comment system at the bottom of them as well. So it's between that and, second, let me check on something here. It's between that and fixing publishing. I think what I'll do, maybe the easier win just is to implement the comment system. And this also is going to be kind of fun to do as well, because we're going to need to fork something. So let's go do that. So let's do, yeah, there's just something like slowing down my computer. I don't think it's, I don't know what it is. We'll get rid of Discord maybe. Wonder if it's like this, like Twitch. Anyway, so let's go to, do I already have no comment forked? No. So then let's do no comment noster. And this is a cool little plugin that you can kind of pull into anything. 1 second. It's a cool little comment section you can pull into anything, like your own website even. And I'm thinking about doing that actually. So okay, we're gonna need to fork this. Select owner. Oh. Already exist. What? I already searched for this. You told me it didn't exist. Do I actually have to put like, you don't do good fuzzy search? Oh wow, that's nonsense. All right, great. Did I, one commit ahead? That's not good. I don't want to be one commit ahead. I think I'm just gonna blow it away and refork it. Delete this repo. Well, I did update a thing, so I actually do want to see where I updated it, but testing. Ah, that was me just putting that big reply thing in the ghost button. That's fine. Yeah, let's just blow this away. Yeah, I think I have my phone on me. Where's this stupid GitHub app? GitHub, there it is. 30. All right, now let's go back and refork this. Yep, great fork. All right, now we're gonna pull this down. How's it going, Crazy Luke? GitHub, Microsoft Bing, so you can tell that search is not right. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know why it doesn't fuzzy search though. Every couple of days I have to relog in since I have 2FA. It's so damn annoying. I don't think I really actually have to relog in ever. And I have 2FA with their app. I feel like I never relog in. I always have to like use the app whenever I want to do something like, I don't know, like that. But I don't feel like I have to do it that often. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So I'm going to go to repos. We're going to do git clone. Yes. Now, to develop on a package locally, we need to link it. So what I need to do is go into no comment. I need to do pnpm link. There's 1 second. pnpm a link. Okay, so I think I have to link global here. I want to remember how to do this because this is important. I know how to do this with bun, but I don't really know how to do it with pnpm. So okay, so we link. All right. So now the linked, yeah, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. So you can see that we have React no comment linked like this, right? So what I'm going to do too is I'm going to look up, oh geez. Of course there's some complicated bullshit build.js here. Blah, blah, blah. All right, whatever. Let's look at, I just want to like run one command. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at, okay, what are we using here? Embeddable build Node.js just runs the build.js command. Okay, so I should be able to do pm. Well, they're using just a package JSON. They have a yarn. What are we doing? Does it have to use yarn? Nah, we're not doing that. We're going to do pnpm install. Yarn. I like the cat little icon, but other than that. All right, so now we've installed everything. It depends on day.js. Okay. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to work on some other things with this. So, okay, so now we did that. We have it installed. Now we also want to do pnpm run build to run that build script. So now there should be something output in lib. Yeah, so that's our index.js. So now that should work. So what we want to do now after that is we want to go back to our code where we want to link it to. And this is so that I can do development on a npm package published to npm because I need to fix it, right? Because there's some problem, right? Because I already know that this thing has an issue that I need to fix. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do pnpm link, and I forget how I did this. Let me check again. pnpm. Maybe I could actually just link, you know what I mean? Like if I could just do, yes. Okay. Okay, so I think that's linked. So now if I go into Node modules, okay, and we go into React, no comment, that's now going to be a symlink for, see how when I CD'd there, it actually, you know, well, never mind. Actually, it didn't take me to the place, but you can see that it's the same. It's all the same stuff that's in here. It's just sim linked to what's here. Okay, you see it's all the same stuff there. So now we have an npm package linked in our node modules folder. So when I do development here, for instance, I wonder actually if I do like touch test.txt or tsx, I wonder if, see? So everything that I do over in that directory is going to happen here. So if I build in this directory, it's going to build here. So I'm going to get all the updates. So this is a great way to develop your npm packages. That's what I'm doing with this hooks library over here as I build out the actual application. Because otherwise, I mean, how else would you do it without linking? I can't think of any other way. How's it going, Voxelfied? So yeah, so hopefully that helps somebody, because I think that's a pretty interesting thing you're capable of doing. So we're gonna do rf, whoops, rf test.tsx. All right, and that should be gone. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna see if we can get this imported, and then we're gonna see if we can actually work on it. So I'm gonna open this up. Where am I right now? In the wrong place. I use NX, but only works for a mono repo. However, this is nice if you want to use in multiple places. Yeah, I haven't had really the time to dive into NX or Turbo or anything like that. So I've basically just been just doing this. All right, so now let's move on to importing it. So where do we want to import it? We want to import it into our blog page, I think. Yes, so there's the article. At the bottom of the article, we would like to have a little comment section. Someone sent me a message, 1 second. One second. Okay. How do I turn this stupid thing off? All right, hopefully that's fine. Now, so now the next thing we want to do is, we want to add this here. So right now, you scroll down to the bottom of this blog, it just takes you right to the bottom of the page, which is ugly and terrible and not good. So what we want to do instead maybe is, first of all, let's do class name here, and then we're just going to do a little like mb dash, I don't know, maybe like 18. All right, so now when you scroll down, nothing happens. Why didn't that work? Maybe PB? Maybe I got to do it in the article? Yeah, I think maybe I have to do it in the article. Strange. All right. All right, so instead of that, we'll just change this to Y. There we go. And now we got a little bit of space there so that when you scroll down, it's not like you scroll down and it just like is right under the text there. What are you using to see the function signatures? That's just built into NeoVim now. So if you're on NeoVim 0.1 or 0.10, I meant, then you'll have this. And you can turn them on and off like this, which is really nice. 18 is not a valid number. You know what? It was probably that. You're right. My tailwind was off there. Okay. So now, probably still want to put something like that there in the future, but for now, let's see if we can put the no comment thing. So what I'm going to do, thank you, thing, Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to take a look at how I've already done this before so I don't waste my time trying to re-implement this concept. I'm going to go to source. We're going to go to components. We're going to go to bounty. And maybe it's under the discussion. Okay, I've encrypted chat. Okay, it might be just in the discussion. Oh no, that's the discussion of the thing. Yeah, no, never mind. It might be under bounty details. There we go. No comment, and then there we go. So we want to import this, and I think we're going to have an issue because I don't think it comes with types and blah, blah, blah. I don't really understand all that super well, like the problem with that. Yeah, what's the issue here? So you couldn't find a type declaration file. Whatever, we're just going to expect an error there and just say no types. Could not find declaration file for blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it's just telling me that the types aren't there, which, okay, whatever. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to pull this in like this. Now, I need to update this stuff here. So what does no comment want from me? It wants a natter, which we have that. So we have address pointer, blah, 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 equals natter, dot type. Yeah. So then what we're going to do is actually we're going to just put this in here. Okay. And then we're going to, actually, I'll just make this a div. We'll go like that. What's your problem? What are you complaining about? Corresponding closing tag. Probably because there's errors. Like if I get rid of this, maybe. No? Okay, let's try this from scratch. All right. So where's my no comment thing? There we go. All right. Now, what is your problem here? Div. Also, it's a little hard for me to type right now. I'm getting a little bit of lag. Okay. Sure. That's what I thought I did, but I guess not. There we go. All right. Now let's do this. Now, okay. So we need the natter. So I'm going to do address pointer dot data like that. We need sub relays. So I'm just going to use the relay that I've been using everywhere else. Now sub relays, I think it doesn't necessarily give me, well, it says relays, so I'm assuming this is a list. So we're going to do that for this. And then we have an owner here, which is an npub. Is it an npub or is it just a public key? Owner. Let blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, it is a BIP19 decode in the case that it's an npub or an mprofile. Yeah, okay. All right, so it is an npub. So what we'll do then is we'll go and grab that from the post page. Or I think I have one here. Maybe I don't. Maybe it's on the home page. Here we go. Yank. Let's just grab this whole thing. And then we'll go back to, well, we know where it is. It's right there. We'll pop this here. And instead of all this nonsense, we'll just say const npub is equal to, and we'll just hard code that for now. Save this. And do we have a comment section? Yes, we do. Cool. What if the point of using TypeScript, if all your types are any type? Are all my types any type? Ah, that's what it was. I mean, I would agree. I do pretty good typing, I think, across all of my all of my types in the way that I handle things. But the problem is that this here is this is, I don't control this library. This isn't my library. So I would have added types if it was mine. And I pretty much, I try to do that. Saw the custom base relays. And now actually, even the way that I handle these relays is, so if you look at the library that I'm writing over here and you look at the types, so like even that I'm using as strict as typing as I possibly can for particular relays, like relay URLs, right? So like I'm using template typing there. I have types for my entire library has types. You know what I mean? So no, I get it. You know what I mean? It's just that the library, the library that I'm using just doesn't provide them. And I do want to fix this library the best I can. So in the future, I'd like to go through here and actually like see if I can improve upon this. But it's pretty involved for what it does. So. A lot of types are handled by inference too. That's also true. Yeah, and type inference becomes a much easier thing to work with when you're working with when you have inlay type hints in your editor, right? So that's something I also like. Yeah, like you can create like an mpub type, like a template string that starts with like mpub1. So like there's a couple things we can do. But anyway, so we have a comment section here. We can improve the CSS for it, but let's just test out doing a comment. So I'm going to do test comment on this particular blog. We're going to comment. I'm going to post the comment there. It's still submitting. Hopefully it will stop submitting soon. It's possible that I didn't put the right relay in. So maybe let's go take a look at. Eventually I'm going to put all these relays in one place. I really should have already done that, but. Yeah, it looks like it's the same thing. Still submitting. All right, let's refresh here. What do we got for this? Okay, using relays notes.lol. Yep, okay, so now let's post that comment. Why is it stuck in submitting? I've never had that problem before. I have to think about that. My guess is because this thing maybe isn't meant to be used inside of a inside of this context, like it's made for the web and not necessarily a desktop app. So maybe let's dig a little deeper, if possible here. Oh, okay. Can't serialize event with wrong or missing properties. Great. All right. So what are the wrong and missing properties? So this address pointer is probably the problem, actually. I think what we actually need to pass inside of the custom base actually is a natter. I think that is the issue. So let me reload this page again. Okay, here we go. Unhandled rejection. Undefined is not a function near pub on. Pub.on. Undefined is not a function. Gotcha. So maybe, okay, so we were able to, it console logged that it's publishing. Okay, here we go. So the base is this, the event is that, and then something failed. This is the event, kind 1, public key this, signature that. All of this looks fine. Root, yes, okay. So okay, let's go see pub.on. Yeah, so it hit this, then it published, and then it's waiting, it's doing something there. So I wonder if I reload here, if it actually did get published. No, it looks like it didn't. Undefined is not a function. Near pub.on. What the frick does near mean? On 186. That's this. So this anonymous function, that is this. And okay, so maybe what we'll do is we're gonna just find out console.log. We're just gonna do like 1. What's your problem? What? Oh, this guy's an animal. Single quotes? Oh, all right. So we'll swap this out for 2. A little bit of debugging here. Find out which one of these it's failing on, because it's got to be failing inside of this anonymous function, I would assume. I could probably also put a try catch around it. So maybe something like try all of this stuff here. And then we can do something like a catch and log the error. What's your problem? All right, so let's give this a shot. So now what I can do is I can just do pnpm run build. Okay, and so that updated the app because the dependency updated. And now we'll go down here. Oh shit, there they are. I wonder if that try catch just fixed it somehow. Another test. Comments. Okay, that failed. It seems to publish, but then something else happens. Why didn't anything... There must be something else. Unhandled. Does anyone think they have any answers here? What do you think? Yes, it does. It handles listing them as well. Nah, I forget what I said. Damn it. Okay. It should work. I've had it work before. I don't know why, like, if that's what's happened, like, near? Like, what does near mean? Near pub.on? Is near in here? What does near mean? Editor.jsx 186. Okay, we go. So this publishes it. All right, so we have pool.current publish. So I guess and then you can listen on this. This is the old way of doing things. If you look at the package JSON, this must be using an old version of NODE-TEC. Yeah, 1.7. So, okay, this runs. We know this runs. And we know this runs because the stuff's being published. Can you clear the callback and just try to console log? What, like all these functions here? What's this thing complaining about? Okay, publish timeout. Maybe it's happening here. Let's just build that without any of those functions. More test. Still, there is an issue. Must be happening in this thing somehow. Pool.current.publish. Well, that's the editor. I don't know. You have pub as any? Maybe there is no pub.on. Right. Maybe pub is undefined. That's a good point. Let's print that out. Let's just console log pub. Console.log published pub. We'll see what that is. Fourth test. Actually, this would be the fifth test, I think, but whatever. Publish that. Still failing. No, we have a promise. What is happening? Where is this like, what is happening here? Unhandled promise rejection. Type error. Undefined is not a function. We print it out, though, right? It says promise status fulfilled. Result is undefined. Oh, wait. Did I not comment this shit out? Oh, yeah. Well, duh. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. What am I talking about? Okay, yeah. So when this thing... First of all, I'm a little confused here. Yeah. I guess it's just undefined. So, like, if I get rid of this, we might just have to rewrite all of this with the new way of doing things and go in that direction. Because it's not going to be able to update. The one. I think I spelled that wrong, but whatever. Can't see it. Yeah. So that's what it is. And there's no way to update everything unless I have this pub.on. And pub.on seems to not be working. So we need something that says when it's done that it worked. But the result is undefined, though, right? Like, we can try wait, I guess. Let's do that. Test. Yeah. If I... Should this be equal to a weight like this? So like we wait till that happens maybe? And what is this? Oh, okay, this is this. I think that's what it should be. Please work. Nah, we're still beat. Too much white on the screen. Add dark mode first. Fair enough. I think I might just literally rewrite all of this with the new stuff that I know exists. Yeah. The question is, like, how much spaghetti here is there to unpack? So we have this editor component. So what depends on Noster? Because that's what I'm going to update. I'm going to update Noster tools. So this depends on Noster tools in the editor. Components.js. You know what we should do? We should try to like rewrite it so that it's like a shadcn component. But okay, so these are just this is just like styling stuff. All right. Then we have index. That's just exports. Okay. Then we have no comment itself. Which, does this need Noster tools? Yes, it does. It needs a simple pool, nip05 and nip19, which is all in there. So that all of that should be fine. Where am I referencing simple pool? Right here. Okay, that's where I just knew up a simple pool. All right. So yeah, we can probably update that, and then we have a relay list. This just lists the relays. This doesn't do anything Noster specific. Okay, reply button. Nothing Noster specific, as far as I can tell. Yeah. Thread. Just nip19. Using the good old relative time here. All right. And then we have util.js, which also needs nip19. Okay. I think I'm just going to update it then. I think this is fine. Yeah, yeah. If you're going to rewrite, maybe just from scratch. Yeah, maybe I should. But for now, I think I can fix it with just updating to new Noster tools and just fixing how it does things. I think that can be done. Also, Chris might want not blah blah blah. Also, Chris, pub might not be a socket, so there's no pub.on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this version of Noster tools is. I don't know if it's even compatible with what's there. I don't know. I'm gonna just see if I can fix it. It's probably fine. Never back down. Never what? What do you mean? Can you write better NVIDIA drivers, F9 or Temple for Temple OS, so I can use my 3060 on Temple OS for God's Third Temple? Yeah. It is a promise. Yeah, but I waited it, right? Okay, like if I was just to jump back, because I think I can like update this, because like we don't even use that pattern in Noster anymore. So, but anyway, so if we hop into like the code's not really that bad. It's like it looks like it's mostly pretty simple. There must be some complicated nonsense for the thread. I think the threading concept is probably the hardest concept to understand, likely. Yeah, computing the threads. This is probably the biggest pain piece, but likely that's not too big of a problem. Yeah, but I waited it. I like 1 minute here. So I did this. I said pub, and it's equal to any, but also this is written in JavaScript, which just just write it in TypeScript so that I can actually know what the hell's happening. But, yeah, great, amazing. So, you know, yeah, I waited it, and then I see what it says for published. Like try, just write this in bash, await promise, if promise 200, do the rest. Yeah, but if I await it, one second, am I in like a, yeah, I'm in a big async function here. I really want to break this thing apart and fix it. No, but if I'm wait a minute. If I'm awaiting the thing and then I publish the thing and I do the thing dot on, you know what I mean? Like if it is what it says it is, once I await it, it should exist, right? Like, so you wrap the await in a try catch. Why would that help me? Anyway, we're gonna update it. It's gonna be fine. It's not gonna be a big deal. Move the pub.on. And then no, but we need to know that it exists. That's why I have a new way of doing this. So like first of all, okay. So when you run this, you publish to a relay, right? Which is a publish over a WebSocket. Right now, what he's trying to do is he's trying to say like, okay, keep this thing alive. And then when it pings back and says okay, well then you're good to go. What the pattern that I'm going to implement is I'm going to publish, and then I'm going to subscribe and get it really quick, and then I'm going to close the subscription, and then that's going to prove that it's actually published out there. Okay, that's how I'm going to do it. It's fine. We're going to update it. That's what's going to happen. So I'm going to do package JSON here. I'm going to do. You know what I want to do too? I kind of took this out of my config. I don't know why I did this. I have something called package info. So now I can. Oh, okay. Whatever. I guess because it read the yarn lock that it's using yarn. I didn't even know I had yarn installed. But we can start to see that some things are out of date here. So let's see if we could just update a couple things. I would assume that ESBuild, it didn't, well, apparently ESBuild is one of these zero-ver projects. Everything's a freaking zero-ver anymore. So I can't know if this will actually break something, but I'm assuming, you know, I'll just take the latest and greatest. Let's do 2. And if it doesn't build, then we'll roll it back. So then we'll do 2.1.3. We're going to be on the latest version of React. Eventually, I'd like to update this to be using TypeScript because it's a goddamn nightmare the way that it is right now. Style components, whatever. Use debounce. It's probably fine the way that it is, maybe. Prettier. Might as well update prettier as well while we're here. Okay, so now what we'll do is I'm just going to do pm install. Okay, and so now it's telling me that I updated ESBuild, I updated Nostr tools, I updated my dev dependencies, and so on and so forth. So what it's going to tell me when I try to do pm run build is it's going to fail. And the reason it's going to fail is because these things don't exist anymore, which is fine. Yeah. All right, so let's go fix that because we know that those things have been updated. So we're going to do no comment here. And is this where I want to be? No, I think I want to be in the editor. Goodness gracious. Yeah. Why do I feel like it's not giving me the errors that I would expect? Also, can you shut up and stop? Why are you disconnecting? Like, can we not? All right, first of all, do not disturb. Go away. Leave me alone. Now, How could you be importing from here? All right. Why is my editor not picking up that that doesn't exist? All right, like sign event in editor.jsx doesn't exist anymore. Why are we not? What's the problem here? Okay. If I save that, okay, at least I get an error here. So the signature, what the hell's a root in this case? Okay, that's going to be the event. Right. 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 So what we can do is we can just drop this. I'm going to just put a to-do here so I can remember to go back there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here and we're going to do finalize event instead of that. Okay. We'll jump back down here. And now we're going to say that root is equal to that. Great. All right, so that solves our first problem. Now, our second problem is generate private key in editor. Okay, so that's the next thing. So, also, I'm getting tired of that now, this yarn thing. We're going to have to package info. Okay, so now the other thing was, oh, shit, is, where the hell am I? Editor, go, thank you. It's giving me an error? Okay, it's giving me an error here. There we go. Okay, sign event, so there's another event to sign. So then I'm gonna, again, I'm just gonna say event is equal to so event with private key. Yes, 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 yes. What is this? Never used. We don't need it. Now, generate private key is not something that exists anymore, so let's go see what the latest and greatest is here on Nostr tools. So we're going to do Nostr tools, Nostr tools, and then we're looking for how to make a secret key. Generate secret key. That's how we're going to do it. We gotta put a comma. Okay, then here, same deal. Secret key. Yeah. Now, we're going to just assume that everything, for now, we're going to just assume that everything works. So I'm going to get rid of all of this. What's your problem? What are we complaining about? Relay? Shut up. That's just showing a notice. Okay. So now we're just going to assume that everything works and it's all cool. Now, I don't even know if this is correct, to be honest. Pool.current.publish. We'll find out. All right, let's see here. Let's do what? No. Okay. PM run build. All right, and we have our first little nightmare issue here. Pool.current.sub is not a function. Yeah, I had a feeling. So that is in, well, let's find out. Pool.current.sub. So So that's here. So how often are we using pool in this? We got pool here. Okay, how many we got? 7 instances of pool that we're likely going to need to fix. All right, so this still works, I guess. Mutable ref object. So we're saying that it's a new simple pool. I feel like that's fine. Now we have pool.current.list chosen relays. Okay. I think I'd rather not do it this way. That's fine. Now no one can help you because you spread the disease to... Well, all right, 1 second. Chain with them because NPM or PNPM or whatever PM, great JS tooling, work out of the box. I haven't been working with those tools for a while, doing UI mostly lately. Do I have to learn from scratch for the 3rd time? Now no one can help you because you spread the disease to multiple projects. What do you mean? Can you inspect? Yeah, I'm going to just update it. I think updating it is going to be the best way. I think I'm just going to go through this upfront pane and get it all on the newest version of things. But yeah, Noticer Tools, they did have a 2.0 release. So that's kind of where we're at right now. All right, so now we have pool.current.list. So we have a new way of doing things as far as I understand with 2.0. And instead of list, we have something called query sync that we can await. So what we can do, I think you can put like an iffy in here and make this work well in the use effect. But let's do something like this. Well, first of all, we're going to just get rid of that. I really don't like how I don't have types. I don't know how anyone develops in JavaScript is beyond me. If I do pool dot, what the hell is current? Oh, because it's a ref. That's why. Okay. Yeah, now all my stuff is there. I was going to say. So now we have query sync, and then inside of query sync, we take in relays, which is chosen relays, and then a filter, which should be this filter here. So then that should be fine. Let's just update this and see what happens. I'm going to blow away all this nonsense. Reload. All right, now let's see, what is our error here? Pool.current.sub is not a function, and that is in somewhere that I can't really see because it's all minified here. So I think it's this one. Base tag filter. Yep, kinds 1. Okay. So now this, what does this do? This is not a very big use effect. Insert into descending list. Yeah. Where's this coming from? It's from utils. Great. That's already written for me. Okay. Doesn't depend on Noster or anything. So now it says that sub is not a function. So I should be able to do dot. And instead of doing sub, we probably could just do a query sync here. I could do subscribe many, I think, and then I might still have the on. and then not have to do much. So for instance, if I do pool.subscribe many, let's see here, interacting with multiple relays. Okay, if I have a relay I can sub, where the relay is instantiated like that and just connected to. But in this case, we're using the pool, so it makes sense to go with multiple relays. And we can pass it a callback function. So I think we want to take this and do that. And then H in this case, how the hell is that being used? H? You're saying let, so are you doing anything with it or no? What the fuck? Okay, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so this is pointless. That H doesn't mean shit. That's fine. So let's continue on here. What we're going to do is take this and comment it out. And then we're going to do this. H is that. Now, on EOSE, we close. So I don't think we necessarily need this return in the use effect. And then we're going to just do that. Now, this thing has chosen relays. So instead of this, we're going to just pass that chosen relays there. Now this is the filter. So for the filter, we're going to just grab this filter here. And we're going to go like this. To uncomment that, grab this, get rid of that. Okay, now we have our filter. And now we need something that happens on a particular event, and that's what we want to do. We have this let I. What is this shit? Okay, so this has to be outside of that context. And then we increment it and do stuff here in the on event. And then everything fails. No, okay, good. All right, so then you guys are out of here now. That queries for comments. All right, let's build this and see what the next problem we run into is. Reload. Undefined is not a function near pool.subscribe many. Subscribe many. Maybe I needed to do current. That's probably the problem there. Current. Ah, so you're getting closer now. Look, we even got all the stuff right away. Nice VS Code Vim extension. Yeah, I think it's pretty decent. How's it going, Saeed? You changed how no comment works. It was returning a promise. You could have seen what the thing was returning in the browser console. I don't even care. I'm just rebuilding it. I don't have time for this thing's nonsense. I'm going to rewrite the whole stupid thing in TypeScript because this is hot garbage. This is this needs some love. And I like this thing, so I want it to work. Oh, we even have a little replies there now. Okay, nice. Anyway, I'm pretty good, Saeed. What are we building? Right now I'm working on a comment section for my blog app. Tauri desktop, yeah. How's it going, Andre? Nice VS Code with Vim extension. Thank you. Yeah, I like VS Code now. I think it works for me. Especially now that I have folds in VS Code. This is the reason that I like VS Code better than NeoVim is because it has nice folds. You know? So we can just fold all that up, fold all that up. It's truly the superior editor. All right. Okay, so now we have this stuff. How the hell do I close this? Do I just click on that again? Okay, good. The UI could maybe use a little bit of love too. All right, so now we have all that. I need to see what you're using for the folding. It's just built into VS Code. It's always had folding. All right. I think we're good now. I think everything is kind of updated to the latest. I don't think we need to unsub here. I think that's fine. We can get rid of this now. So now we need to maybe go focus on the publishing. Sure it is. Can you still elaborate which keys you press? Yeah. So in this, I press ZA for one particular fold. So if I'm inside the fold, say. And so you can see these little arrows on the side let me know where the fold, like where I can fold, right? So like where a new fold is going to be. So I can fold this entire try block here, right? So I can do ZA, fold the entire try block, fold the catch block, right? I could fold this entire if here, right? So I do ZA to toggle, and then you can do ZM to fold everything at the highest level. So for instance, this is useful where I'm just like, okay, how many lines are in this thing, right? Like how many lines of code am I dealing with, and how many major contexts am I dealing with? And so the major context here is no comment, right? And there's 230 lines in it. And then there's 8 lines of imports happening there. Need to see what VS Code extension I installed for this. The VS Code extension for this is called UFO. And if you watched my 5-hour VS Code configuration video, you watched it closely, you would have seen that I went over this plugin. So this is revealing that you weren't paying attention in class. But it's called NVim UFO, and then also there is another plugin that goes with it. Here, I'll show you exactly what it is. UFO. And you need this exact config to make it work the way that I have it working, which is very complicated and a nightmare. But yeah, just you can comment. You can just copy and paste this as a lazy module, right? And the things that we need are NVim UFO, promise async, and status call. Okay, and then it just works. Like that's about it. This conversation is in another level. Yeah. There's many layers of indirection here. So, all right. So now we got the folds. So now that is explained, let's go back to the editor here. Now this is bullshit, but let's see if it actually works, because this is trouble. We need a little to do here. We need to say to do. Yeah, exactly that, Copilot. Exactly that. So please work again. Comment, post comment. Okay. It very likely published. 1 second. Okay. But I liked the video and watched 25-second ads. Right. That's what it's for. To get me ad revenue all year long, because I know that will be. I know people will go back to that video all year long for stupid little things. So now, what's the problem? We set comment this. Show notice, publish to, yeah, I don't care about that. Publish timeout. Okay. But why didn't it show up in the list? What is this list? Like, where is this coming from? text area, input section row 2, info button, post button. Okay. Wow, I never knew TS Server supported inlay hints. Yep. And in VS Code, you can just toggle them on and off, which is nice. And in VS Code, it's nice because it doesn't even mess up your folds. So let's see now. Clear timeout, publish timeout, console.log 2. I don't really know how to use a debugger inside of JSX. I can like debug code like locally, but I've never used it for this. Okay, yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all getting out there. Doesn't seem like there's a problem. Yeah, me neither. Who knows how to do that? All right. Console log, exactly. So, okay, let's trash can that there, and then let's reload this page again. I just want to see what happens. Uh-oh. What is this? No, it's a no comment. Unhandled promise rejection. Pool.current.sub is not a function. We have another one of those. Pool.current.sub. Here we go. Okay, we have to replace that one as well. I don't know if that's actually what's gating us here, but it's fine. I don't think that H is very important for what we're doing. Unless it is. Wait. Oh yeah, that's where the H is being used. Why is it called H? Why isn't it const? Yes, we want all of that. I don't know why he has to say subscribe many on the pool, which is kind of implied by the fact that it's a pool. I guess maybe you could subscribe to one in the pool. Maybe that's why. But whatever. So, okay, now what we're replacing is all of this like that. That's what we're replacing. And then on the EOSE, we need to replace that. And what is your problem? Let's put this here. What's the issue with this? That? What are we complaining about here? Is defined but never used. Oh, that's the problem. I'm like, what is the problem here? Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we have this. Yeah, and we need to fill in the same stuff. So chosen relays is the same, and then I need to fill in this. Like that. So that's step one for the filter and chosen relays. So when it's done, I don't know why done plus plus happens after this. It's not like it's like weighted or I don't know, whatever. So when it's done, we'll just pop that at the bottom there. What's your complaint? Okay. And then inside of the EOSE, we want to run this code. And I think we can just drop that. Okay. And then inside of the on, we want this. Let's see now. Okay. And this we don't need. So now that should be good. So now we can get rid of this old code here. Format. And there we go. So now let's run this. Run the build there, come back over here. Now let's do this, and then we'll reload and refresh this. You should see no errors this time around, which we don't. All right, testing. Okay, private key must be 32 bytes, hex or big int. And where is this happening? Where's this happening? I spoke to you earlier about doing some of this logic on the Rust background process. Will you remove it in the future, or everything Nostr happens on the client and use Rust for SQLite only? How's it going, Andrew? I would do some of it in Rust. It's just the fact that I'm going to be a lot faster doing a lot of this stuff just in JS right now, because I don't know a ton of Rust, and there isn't a ton of Nostr tooling for Rust. But, you know, I'm not against doing stuff in Rust in the future. It's just that it's just easier for me to do it this way right now. But I don't know. Maybe some of this stuff can be offloaded to Rust in the future. Where the hell is this problem happening? An established Nostr key? Establish Nostr key. Equals that. There needs to be a way to convert it back, because this returns a uint8 array, and this is a string. So that's where that's complaining. find your second app made in Wales. Yeah, right. Because I understand Go better than Rust. Yeah, I like Go better than Rust anyway, from the little programming I've done with both. What I'll actually do when you get back home, I will submit a PR to your repo using Wales instead of Tauri. Fair enough. I don't have this up as a repo yet, though. Let's see here. So... item noster key, because that's saved there. The problem is local storage can only give you back... I don't even know why we're using local storage. Are we really saving the private key in local storage here? Are we just saving it unencrypted in local storage? Why are we doing that? Why are we even doing that? Why would that be the way to do things? I know. This is... Session storage would be, I think, better than local storage here. Well, I don't have the Rust process in this library, remember. This library is meant to be used in the browser and also here and you know, also other places. So it can't just be I can't just do that. I can't use Rust in this case. Everything has to be in JavaScript or hopefully in the future TypeScript. Okay. So local storage. What are we doing? What is this even doing? Establish noster key. What the hell does it return? It doesn't return anything. It just sets a private key. And it gets called if there's no private key maybe available or something. Or I don't know. You know what? Maybe if it's already available, then it gets it there. It generates a secret key. Where is this being called? All right, man. I'll talk to you later. Where is this being called? 2 places. That's it. On click, either publish the event or establish a noster key. And publish event. So, okay, only if we have a public key. So if we have a public key, post that. Now, how do we get a public key? It gets passed into the editor. So if we don't have a public key, we have to establish a noster key, and then we do that by doing this. I mean, we do need a way to sign it, I understand, but... I wonder what happens if I want to sign it without a private key. How does that work again? Maybe it knows. Maybe it asks me. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's looking for window.noster.getPublicKey. Either do that or... Can I just get rid of this? Let private key equals that. Let's just generate it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I gotta do let. Also, we'll put a nice light theme here, that way it matches. Okay, no errors now yet. Testing. What? 28 bits needed. Okay. Let's just see how we can convert the string to a uint array. Let's do that. So when we get here, let that equal that from that. But when we set the private key, this is why types are important. Convert string to uint array JavaScript. Really? Can use that. Okay, we could use the buffer. Why not simply using this? I don't know. Maybe we use that. Whatever, we'll just call it res for now. Keyboard sounds nice? Yeah, it's a pretty nice keyboard. Yeah, it returns a uint array. Okay, okay. I think that should solve our problem. Testing. Private key must be 32 bytes hexer. Okay, let's dig into the Nostr tools application. Right. Maybe it'd be under pure. I almost just want to do this and just return that. Nostr set public key from getting the public key. Otherwise, use a key from local storage or generate a new one. It's just maybe, I don't know. Why didn't this work? It said something about POW something. Let private key equal that. Why would this not work? All right, let's kill all that. Where is this happening? What a nightmare error that is. Establish a NODE-TEC key. If I get rid of this, it only happens here that it's like an issue. Check if they have a NIP07 NODE-TEC extension. I don't think they will. I guess maybe I'll just print some of this stuff out and see what happens. Console.log generated key. Okay. Okay, so that establishes it. So then it exists, and then I click that, and then that's where the problem happens. Unhandled promise, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that that's from this. No. It says published, rejected. Oh. Maybe the relay is rejecting me. Maybe I'll try a different relay. I think the relay is just rejecting me. I think it's actually might actually be requiring some proof of work because it thinks that I'm just screwing around with it. So I think that's what we need to do. Got to swap out a relay here. Now, maybe that's happening at the network level. So maybe it knows my IP address. So that's probably the issue. So then what I want to do then is just swap out for a different relay. So we will use, let's go to NODE-TEC relays. That's why I need my own relay. So I can like do testing and stuff. Comfortable, spacious. Okay. Uh-oh. Looks like that one's working though. Whew, this site is slow. It's very cool though, but it is slow as shit. Oh man. Favorites. Damn. Public. I basically just want to find the Damas one. This site is like unusable though. Maybe the end jump one would be good to use. Connected to very fast. Okay. All right. Being ran out of Toronto, Canada. I don't think I like Canadians that much, but it's all right. Where's the... Here we go. I think this one's being ran by Fiat Jeff. So we'll swap out for that. Then we'll refresh. All right, all of our comments are gone, which we would expect because we changed relays. Let's comment, post. Oh, this relay's not writable? Bastard. Why did it say it was public? It says writable. All right. I need a different Noster. I need one that I can just like copy relays without all this extra nonsense. These are some example relays. You're not making it easy. This wine I know costs money. Okay, that one's offline. Okay, I don't have write access to that one. Can we put like public relays here, just like the shitstorm relays, so that I can just use those? That one needs that. I think Damas is the only relay I can like use. Oh, yeah, it's just relay.damas.io, I think is what it is. This relay is not writable. Let me go check. Maybe I have the wrong name or something. Actually, I think I'm keeping them in. Here. No, I think that's the right one. So if it's not writable, I don't know, maybe nos.lol will let us write again. I tried relay.damas.io. Yeah. Yeah, I do need to figure out if I can get some sort of Docker image going. It's not writable. Why not? None of them are writable? That can't be right. Because, all right, let's try to post a blog. My title here is the text. We'll publish. Oh yeah. Unhandled promise rejection. Okay, so yeah, I can't write to the relays that I've been using. Well, that kind of sticks a fork in what I'm doing right now. I think there's one called well order I might be able to use. Let me go to NODE-TEC org, and we'll go to blogs-tech. And then we'll try out well order. It's also snort.social, maybe they still allow, but who knows. And I know we're going to have to change a lot of these to be paid relays, but I was kind of hoping I'd be able to like get away with publishing things a little bit longer. Okay. That seems to have published. Now if I reload, I don't think I'm getting my event. But I can't tell anymore. Because I did update that code, but it seemed to be working. Relay.snort.social. Well, it looks like well order works, but I mean, it's hard to say now because when I went and I updated the stuff before, all of the things were there. So now if I go to, for instance, what gets the original information? This query is for comments. All right, we built that. Some event. And it gets the test, okay. But it doesn't seem to set it. Any specific reason you don't use NDK? The reason I don't use NDK is because this is no comment. So this is like a plugin. This is like a library. So this is actually something that Fiat Jaff wrote for comments. And I'm trying to go through and just kind of use it and maybe fix it up a little bit. But it doesn't use NDK. And so I'd have to like rewrite a bunch of stuff rather than that. Also, I'm writing a library as well called React Noster, which is handling all this other stuff. So if you notice like how React Noster works, you can see like, all right, I can like do stuff like this. I can get infinite scroll going, right? I can batch profiles. I have it work into like, get me like blogs and stuff like this. So like all of that's good. I don't really think I need NDK. But okay, so, but I definitely can't use NDK inside of no comment, right? Unless I want to rewrite a comments thing, which I may do, honestly. But we'll see how far we can take this. I'm a little annoyed that when I showed up here, okay, so I have some event and it shows up, but then set events, I guess either never gets set or what, I don't know. So events, what is this? Compute threads. Yeah, that's this. It's like, well, okay, why is it not showing up? That I don't know. I do not know. Because it definitely was working before. And it looks like we can publish. It looks like actually now everything's working except for I can't see the events that are published. So that's the thing I gotta think about. So the on event gets ran. We set the events, and yet nothing shows up. Let's see here. Okay, there was a time where we definitely just saw it working though. So okay, this is the editor, and then this is no comment. So let's do this. Okay. This way we can kind of save our work here. And then let's see if we can peel back some of the stuff that we did. Maybe even just remove some of these, because I know that the last thing I did was down here with this, which is fetching metadata. So if we just got rid of that, nothing. Generates it, sends it. Everything should be good, but the event list is not updated. Fetch metadata. Let me just see if I can peel this back. Well, it looks like the thread might depend on that. Metadata being available. Yeah, it could be just that the thread is screwed because the metadata is not available because of the update that I made earlier. So let's just go back. to an earlier iteration. There they go. Okay. So something that we did messed it up. But now if we do test2, we comment and we post that comment, it still doesn't update it. Which we're going to have to fix that as well. But at least this isn't erroring anymore. Now, what is erroring? This thing's not defined. Something we're doing is breaking things. So maybe we'll try and rewrite this before we try and figure out why it doesn't immediately update when I publish. And that could be a number of reasons. It could be because I'm not awaiting something. It could be almost anything. Okay, so let's see now. The issue is on line about 204 that this doesn't exist anymore. Curious if just updating that no. So now we have this thing here. Subscribe many. Okay, so again, we want to get rid of that, and we want to get rid of this, and then we want to pass something here, which would be params. Yes. That we'll just do basically nothing for now. Oh, whoops. Let's do, except for we'll close it. And we have this done plus plus concept here. And then this won't allow us to build if this isn't used, so we'll just comment that out. Okay, now let's build this. And we'll reload just to be sure. Okay, and the comments are still there. All right, so the next piece, what is this bitching about? That's never used. Okay, well, whatever. Now, the next piece would be this. So on some particular event, do that. And then when it's done, do this. We'll build that. Reload. Okay. So now everything's there. If I click on it again, everything's there. Okay. Okay. So that should be good now. Hopefully. Whew. All right. So now I just want to be sure, like if I click out of this and if I click onto this here, no comments, good. And then I click back on this one. There's my comments. All right, nice. All right, so that's solved. Now the next problem is, okay, we have an editor here. So what does this do? It clears the timeout, shows a notice, sets comment to nothing, and sets editable. Well, it can't be shipped just yet, because the reason it can't be is because now when I comment, it doesn't automatically update. So I need that to automatically update. So I might need to pass that event state into here, or set events. Like, what the hell? If it's here, why are we not in the editor passing set events and then updating the events? But where would you update the events always? Because sometimes you... Is the way that it's working is that it's listening? Was it always listening before? Is that how it was happening? So like if we go to, because I might be closing a relay in no comment. I might be closing a relay like here. Or what does this one do? Search for base event, yeah. And then here we have this close. So we may want to leave this listening for new comments. Maybe that's the key here. So now if I go to noster, no comment, editor, no comment. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this use effect, which is query for comments. Comments, let that, and then that. No, he does unsub, but only when it's unmounted. So there is no on EOSE here. So we're going to close the connection when it's unmounted, I guess. So then we're going to want to take this. What is this? What is this? This goes to what? There, okay. And then we're going to do H close. Now, is H unsub a thing? No, it only has close. Okay, so now we're going to do it that way. So now, let's build that. All right, we got our things there. Testing 1, 2, 3. I was kind of hoping it would continue to listen and then update that. Maybe it didn't, maybe I didn't reload or something. No. I think there is a good reason to optimistically update this, though. Like just putting it in the state. And when you refresh, it's there. So I feel like it's not a bad thing to do that. Now we have insert into descending list, events, and event. Let's never close it, see what happens. I'm sorry that I'm spamming this guy's blog, but no. No, that doesn't work. Okay, that doesn't matter, it seems. So it's weird because the subscription's not staying open then. Subscribe many. What was the other functions that are available? Because he does that. Whoops. Santa S. Thank you. Thank you very much. Remove. Not subscribe many to our chosen relays. This is the filter. These are the parameters on getting a new event. I wonder when I do that, and if I do console.log new event, and then we'll build this. Oops. Okay, we get all the new events there. New comment. All right, wait a minute. It gets the new event, but it doesn't set it. So it is listening, But it's not setting the event. Why is that? So we get the new event, new comment. It doesn't immediately set it, even though we run set events here. Yeah, it's supposed to do that. But it just doesn't seem to care. So if I go and check how this works, currently, yeah, it automatically comes up there. I wonder, it looks like that notification thing actually did fire something off. It made something happen. So what if then we go back to the editor? So what does show notice do? It does this. It updates something, I don't know. Publish to a relay. What's the problem here? Oh. Okay, that tells me it was published, but it doesn't update it. Stupid thing. I feel like it should be listening, and it should just handle that. Maybe I'm missing some code there. I is set here in the use effect. I set it here. Well, it actually doesn't matter that much because I could just rewrite it to work in a different way, I guess. What the hell does I has to do really with anything? Delay. It's the delay. Well, the delay will always be 1. So we'll take these two things here. And this is in no comment, so then there's got to be the editor. We will pass it It's being passed public key, set public key, set private key, base tag, owner tag, blah, 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 blah. Settings, all this other shit. Okay. So we're going to pass it. Set events. We're going to pass it fetch metadata. Like that. Then we're going to grab this. Then we're going to jump into the editor. And what we can do is we can do what I'm doing in my publish hook, where we can say I guess I'm even doing this. So what we could do is we could do await like that. Okay, relays an event. We'll do that. Then we'll take these, put them there, get rid of this. We'll import this. All right, and then we need this and this. So instead of I, we're just going to replace that with 1. And then we have set events and fetch metadata. And then what we'll do is we'll take all of this, put it in there. Get rid of my nonsense console logs. Rebuild this. Reload this. This should work. Ah, man, I was so sure that was going to work. It got in here, and it was like this function was ran. You can tell because it says published right there. We got the show notice. Why would it not get added to the list? Is it just not re-rendering for some reason? It's only re-renders on that. What if I do, let's do a use effect. Just want to see what happens. That triggers on events and we'll console.log. I don't care about that. Console.log. Events have changed. Okay, published it. Okay, this never ran. What is this use debounce? Because it looks like that's just not getting updated. What the hell is he doing different? Base event publishing published. We have the new event. And then this section here is just not getting updated. This section is, I'm assuming, yeah, we have the editor at the top, and we have the threads section. This just gets metadata. That's just the editor. That use effect was never ran. Okay, package use debounce. What if I took it out of that debounce? Set events. Where's this even coming from? Events immediate. Where is this being used? Okay, and then all these events. What if I just commented that out? What if I just change this to events? And we didn't debounce. Okay, that works. Now, I don't know what that debouncing thing does for me, to be quite honest. I know what debouncing is, but like I don't know in this context how it helps me. In this context, it seems to screw me. We could also close this connection, so we don't have to constantly be listening. Like, I don't need it to be like a chat, you know? What's your problem? Yeah, like, I don't need this to be a chat. Like, I don't really care if the comments come in real time. Now, in terms of why this is debounce, fuck if I know. I mean, I'm sure I've lost a lot of interest, but maybe if anyone else had any clue as to why I would need that there. So this used debounce. So let's go read about it. Let's see. I know like what it does. So like something can't happen until some delay is done. So you click something. It's to stop you from like, you know, like clicking something too fast or something happening too fast. So let's go see if we can look up use debounce and see like what is going on there. So let's go look at the package. A debounce hook for React. Yes, it was updated recently, so maybe there's some new fun things that it does. Let's go read about it on GitHub. Okie doke. Use debounce. React hook for value and callback debouncing. Use debounced callback, and use throttled callback. React libraries for debouncing without tiers. Small size, compatible with underscore Lodash implementation, learn once, use everywhere. Server rendering friendly. Features: classic debounced callback, value debouncing, cancel, max weight, and memoization. So use debounce, simple usage. Yeah, I don't know what the leading really means. Okay, this hook compares your prev and next value using shallow equal. It means setting an object will trigger debounce timer. It looks like, okay, so this, yeah, like I was expecting like, okay, I can't set something new unless 1,000, like, or a second has gone by. So unless 1,000 milliseconds have gone by, I can't set something new. But I would assume that the timer would be well done by the time I was posting a new thing. So yeah, so on change, set that. So you would probably, like, for instance, this would have to wait every, but why does he need that? What's the purpose? What does it provide in this case? Because you would have to wait, yeah, like it's not like you need a different connection or anything. Could you, like, for instance, in this case, if I was to do it with this, you would have like an input box, and then the input box would only be able to change every second. Maybe that leading thing. Right. I want to say that it doesn't really help me in this case. And this is pretty general. Oh, Tauri, interesting. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Tauri, we're moving into a. I'm probably going to spend all year long trying to move desktop apps forward. That's my plan this year. So we're going to see how that goes. But right now we're in. What's this problem? Object. I took one of object or string. This is also, I guess, wrong. Anyway, it seems like the comment section works now. So I think what I want to do is make it work even better and maybe adopt some new best practices for this thing. Let's see if we can comment on other people's comments. We can. Very cool. So I can reply to comments here. Post that. There we go. So then now if I close this like that and like that, there we go. Those exist, and that's very nice. So the threading works pretty well. But I think we could improve upon this maybe a little bit further. I'm going to say that the bouncing on the event just doesn't matter. And I'm also going to say that we don't need to leave the connection open. Because I don't need it to behave like that. If I did leave the connection open the way that I have it, it would also be fine though. Because the debouncing thing is gone. I just don't know really what that bought me. Okay, so now let's think about, we probably should think about some of the CSS for this. Because right now, the way that it works is we have this component, and maybe also change this to TypeScript. Might also be good. But for now, anyway, we have components.jsx. It has some sort of container here. Some sort of input section as like the different groupings for CSS, for styled components. Okay. So these are all the things that are being styled. So how is this being used? I've never really seen styled components before. So if we're in the editor and we look for style, we don't find it. If we look in no comment for style, we do not find it. Okay, we import container, and container is used here. And it's a styled component from here, which is just a styled div. Now, if I want to update this CSS, I have to pass updates to the classes. And how are those variables being created? Is there some CSS file somewhere? Does it happen in here? What's it? Box shadow, NC background. Ah, okay. They're being used here. There must be some CSS or some SAS or something. But I can't find it. Where the hell is the CSS at? Index? No. Components? From style components? Where is this being defined? Oh, okay. Maybe that's a fallback. So it's saying this or the fallback. And then, okay, that's how you're going to style this thing. Okay. Now, I know we could do it, like, for instance, well, we have too many things that we need to update. So using like Tailwind and then Tailwind merge with class names and stuff might not be the answer. Because it's not like I can like, it's not like I'm importing these components and then styling them like one by one. Because that is how shadcn works. You have to like, you compose the entire thing. So I guess we'll maybe just stick with this for now. This kind of way of being able to style things with CSS variables. Which is probably okay. Kind of hate this look though of some of these things. So maybe we can update that. And also this functionality where it says post comment. I feel like that should say like login. I wonder if anyone else has complained about this. This is a good point. But for now, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I just want something, almost like how he does, I just want something that he has, but just a little bit better. Add reply feature. Events should be shown in expandable threads. What is he saying? Events should be shown in expandable threads. I guess like right now they're just not expandable. They probably just automatically expand. The NODE-TEC events already have well-defined how to apply to other events. This widget should support replying to specific events and should render stuff accordingly. In my use case, I would only show top-level events with a plus to denote there are replies. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. What's a good like style for comments though? Let's go see what obla.news has with. I know they have like a threaded thing, but I tried using that. It didn't really work for me. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad though. I wonder when the last time that's been. I remember I had an issue with this before. I forget what it was. I wonder how different it is, though. Jest, oh. What's this built with? Solid. Why use Jest when Vite? You could just use Vite test. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if this is worth using. Noster.cooking. This is hilarious. I guess there's overlap in the Luke Smith world and the Noster world. All right, I think this mostly handles this, but I think the answer really is to rewrite a lot of this, though. Sign. Let's look for window. Not sign event, yeah. Private key, if that, otherwise do this. Yeah, okay. I don't know why this is necessary. I think nano is better? Okay, fair enough. This thing, all it does is set the public key to that. Otherwise, go and generate it. But why wouldn't you just use the public key that was passed in? If one was passed in. If one was passed in, then you do that. If one wasn't passed in, then you do this. I don't think it's half the screen. But yeah, I think Nano really was like, I guess people like using computers, like the IQ just fell off a cliff So like we can't use VI anymore. And we can't improve in that direction because there's no way people can understand how to like do modal editing. How's Veroni? How's it going, Veroni? Not 50%, it's 5%. Yeah. Oh, you said 5%. Okay. I don't know. Why did I read that as 50%? Okay. I think we can toss this stuff here. I think this is something that will work well enough for me. Pretty good. I think I mostly have what I want now for just like a really simple comment section. So this is fine. In the future, I'd like to kind of update a couple things about it, but I think this is pretty much good. So I can use this in future projects. In the future, I'd actually almost like to write one myself, but remember that old laptop I was on about with the Core 2? Yeah, I do remember that. How'd that go? Gonna upgrade it up? What does that mean? With what? Oh, you can... That's kind of neat, actually. I see, I can't even conceptualize that you can swap out a processor in a laptop. Like, that wasn't even available in my head. Right. Well, good luck with that. I don't know if how well it'll work. Let's maybe, this comment, like, icon is stupid. I think I want to move that, and then I think I'll be okay with how this works. So if we go, I guess this would be in one particular post, which would be inside of a thread where the reply button is being used. Yeah, this is the reply button. And if I, okay, then there's the date, it comes right after that. Then there's the comment content, which would be there. So I think I might want to like put it there. It's better than buying a framework because it gets you more street cred. I can't imagine that a Gen 1 i7 is really that good though. I mean, I could be wrong, but. Okay, ghost button. Let's get rid of this stupid chat bubble icon. More cores, more threads, more, yeah, well. I feel like, I don't know, I really have no idea how people are using those old machines at this point. Gonna rip on CSGO, sure. Now, okay. Ghost button is tight. Where's ghost button coming from? Here. Okay, let's maybe style that then. Min width, border, margin. Okay, I think that's adding some margin to the side. I have not written regular. Oh, that would be all around. I think it goes top and then, I don't know. I literally have not written that in a long time. Written anything like that in a long time. There we go. That's basically what I wanted. I don't really like how the comments are kind of like a, I don't know. feel like the comment should be more prominent than like the reply button. Container, ghost button, danger text, notice, comment card, comment title. Okay. Comment date, comment content. Sure. Let's do, can't change the color for the comment content, really? Let's do something like comment content. And then instead of that, we'll do hashtag 222, like that. Yeah. I think that's a little bit better. And then the ghost button. That's the background. Foreground. We'll just make that like yeah, something like that. And then also I kind of want it to be a little bit smaller. Let's do like maybe not that small. And then let's also change it. Just have like that. Yeah, that's probably fine. I don't think I really like that. I don't know why it's moving. Is it making it bold for some reason? It's just adding that border around it. I guess because the border, yeah. Yeah, right now it's like up. It's fine. We'll just get rid of that. We don't really need it. And then maybe I'll just make this a little bit bigger. And then a little bit darker. There we go. All right, that's something. That's a comment section, I guess. Now, instead of a post comment, well, let's see, one second. Yeah, it says comment. Where is the string? Public key. What the hell? Oh, that's the ARIA. Okay. Login. But the public key should have already been passed, so I don't know why that's showing that. If I'm passing a public key, what is your problem? Why aren't you showing this? All right, let's open up a different one so we don't load all these comments. All right, this is a great post here. Now it says log in. It shouldn't say that because I'm passing a public key. How's it going, Nibby Banana? All right. Is this LunarVim? Nah, this is VS Code. Also, why is it gating on the... Wow. Yeah, that's probably fine. All right, let's build this. Public key is null. It's not LunarVim though, by the way. It's this is like my own config. It's based on launch. Just to set the record straight yet again. Base tag immediate. Okay, when you pass in owner, this just in, it is in fact not LunarVim, yeah. If it matches that, then that. What the hell is going on here? Owner tag is equal to this kind of thing. Okay, so it just calculates one if you don't pass it in. Now this owner tag is, I guess, what the hell does owner tag dot push data dot relays? Okay, sure, but where is this owner tag being used? Passing that into the editor. Okay, so I guess that's a different thing. So maybe we should expose the ability to pass in a public key, since that seems to not really be here. Or maybe I'll just say, I'll just put public key. Okay, the problem is that that's gonna conflict with this. I could just pass an npub maybe. And then I could just do, I don't know what this custom base nonsense is here, but we could just do this. And then for the initial value for the public key, we'll just do that, and then we'll do, the problem is though that this will fail. So actually I don't want to do it that way. This is stupid. We're just going to say user public key, and I'm just going to pass that in here. Really what I should do is like put this like an underscore in front of it. I don't know how often it's used. It's not really used all over the place here. And then what we can do, all right. Now it says log into comment, so that's good, I guess. But what it should say, if we update the no comment with public key, okay, that's the mpub. Since we know it's hard coded, we could just do nip decode mpub data. I was really hoping once I passed that I wasn't going to see this log into comment situation here. Reload. There we go. Cool. Okay, so now it knows that you're logged in so that you don't have to do that. If you weren't, then it would say the other thing. Okay, that's pretty good. Now we probably want to go and update some of the colors so that when we're in dark mode, we have a good looking comment section. Let's copy this. Why not use Electron? Because Electron takes up a lot of system resources. The underlying stuff in Electron is actually very old and not good in a lot of ways. And yeah, overall, it's just not, it's not it. Not for me. Also, Tauri is going to give me the ability to do, hopefully give me the ability to do mobile apps as well. So that's a big reason that I like it. What did I copy? Hopefully I just copied enough. Yeah. Electron equals Chrome, exactly. All right. that's a good start here. So I have the neutral background for this. So for the background, we're going to want to, well, I think we could probably pass it. Well, whatever, I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go to tail wind colors. We're using the neutral palette, so I think we want that. All right, that handles that. Then we need a font, a text font color, which I think we came up with ourselves. So I think it was NC comment content, maybe color. Now we gotta go figure that out. It was in components. Comment content color. There we go. Discord, VS Code, Skype, Postman, use it and is very powerful. I used Postman before, but I have no real need for it right now because mostly everything I'm doing is over WebSockets, and I have other ways to test those things. I just don't really see myself needing it right now. Skype, I don't see the point. Oh, you're saying like because it's written in Electron. Yeah, but that's not that's a bit of a disingenuous argument though, isn't it? Because these tools were built before these other tools were available. So that's like saying like why am I not writing my front end in C right now? Look at all the old things that were written in C. It's like yeah, but the best tool for this current job is not that. So while things written before in different technologies that were before other things existed that would have been easier to make them in or even more efficient. I mean, C isn't necessarily the best concept here because this is like saying like imagine something was written in JavaScript. And then instead, you could have the backend written in Rust. And you could use web views that are more native to your actual operating system rather than getting an entire instance of Chrome. I mean, those things exist, but imagine the fact that like for them to refactor, it would be very difficult. So, I mean, it's kind of a horrible argument, right? Yeah, and there's also a reason I don't use VS Code, too. I mean, out of all those things, I only use Discord, which is funny. I almost want to put a little border around the ghost button. I know it's a ghost button, so it's not supposed to have an outline or whatever, but I don't really care right now, so do like border. We could do that would be lighter actually. Let's do And instead of background, maybe it'd be like VS Code is very good, simple to install many extension. Yeah. Well, I don't like it because it spies on you and is also a botnet. So I'm not a big fan. Just because something's simple to use doesn't mean you can use it. Or it doesn't mean you should use it. Okay, that's good. Let's get a little padding going here. I think that might be too much padding, but I guess we'll find out. That's not too bad, actually. How do you round in regular CSS? Border radius. Why is your Linux distribution and your text editor? Why is your Linux distribution and your text editor? Why is it? I don't know what you mean. You should force yourself using more Vim commands to navigate, etc. I try to, but I think I've said this before. I picked up some habits that it's hard to kind of learn from. So like I know everything I need to do to like move around pretty quick, you know, and I know a lot of things, but like when I'm thinking, I'm just like, I'll just use B, or I'll just use W, you know. What is your Linux distribution and text editor? Oh, Pop OS, and I'm running, and this is NeoVim. But also when I'm moving around too, this here is not me like holding a button. Like this is me paging up and paging down. It's just that so like I am like this is paging up and paging down. It's just that it has a smooth scroll to it. So I'm not like going like this. You know what I mean? It is page up and page down. So I think some people think that I'm like doing this, but it's just a smooth scroll animation for up and down. But I don't know what other navigation commands I should really use. The only thing that I can imagine that would like actually improve my editing ability a lot would be like using relative line numbers and like getting where I want to go. Because other than that, I mean, what do we got? We got word, we got going backwards. I don't know. Okay, so we have those. Now, what is it? Primary contrast? That's what I'm using there. What is that from using? NC text color? Maybe we want to use that. Or maybe not. What is that from using? Content color. Yeah, that's fine. Inherit. Author font color. NC primary color. Okay. Like select whole words and whole paragraphs, whole line. I don't know. I think I'm doing that when I need to do it. Sometimes things are words and they're not, like sometimes things are a little bit more difficult to like select as a word though, right? Like right now, I think I don't have this is not considered as a word for me. So like if I like do try to select, like it'll select it like that, like if I do it with that. But if I try to do it with like this, it'll only select that piece. I think I am doing that when I need to. Next, or text color. I think we want to make this maybe a little bit darker. We'll do yeah. Oops. Then this one we'll do CCC again. Control D and Control U. Yeah, that's what I'm using. That's Control U. That's Control D. And that moves me up and down. Text background? Do I even use this? Oh, that's this. Let's go with 171717. There we go. This primary color situation here is this. I don't know what we should really go with for that. This hover kind of looks like trash. Maybe we should do... But if I do CCC for that, it's going to make it pretty bright. So... Whoops. Yeah, we got 737373. Yeah, it's not too bad. We need to figure out that hover though. And the colors CIW doesn't work to delete and input immediately. No, it doesn't, because I have a. Well, that one did. I don't know why I'm expecting that it doesn't. I think I have it broken up, like, I don't know. Yeah, that works. Anyway, I don't know. I don't really want to think too much about it right now. Text color dark. What does it look like when I'm inputting text here? That looks fine. Whoa, what is happening here? Oh, that's because it re-renders. It's just reprinting that public key. All right, so that button, the post button, when I hover, it changes to that. Let's do hover background. And then what we'll do is we'll just make it a little bit maybe darker. That would be lighter. So we'll maybe do like 6.3. But when I hover, it seems to change the text color as well, so maybe we just won't make it do that. I don't see any reason to do that. And then for its contrast, yeah, I guess that's fine. Not in love with that foreground color, but whatever. Actually, not even sold on this, the way that looks like a button, but my patience is waning with this thing, though. I just want it to work at this point. Border. Okay. We'll just toss that. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Now, probably the last thing would be for this post button here. So, okay, this primary contrast, which I think the border, well, let's go check. That's good. Okay. I don't see a need to really put a border around it either, though. Yeah, I think that's good. And then this gear button, maybe like settings, info button maybe, yeah. When you hover, it puts a border around it, yeah. And its color is primary contrast. I mean, that's probably fine. I don't think it looks that bad. It's not supposed to be, like, you're not supposed to draw a lot of attention to it. Okay, we got this stuff here. That all looks fine. Why is the text in Portuguese? Which one am I reading here? So, one thing that we have to... so this is all... What I'm getting here when I'm looking at this content is I'm getting all the latest content on the Nostr network. So I'm getting it from everybody. I'm getting people who speak Portuguese, people who speak Chinese, people who speak Japanese, whatever it may be, whatever they want to write in. That's the content I'm getting, right? So this is why in the future I'm not going to be using all new events, right? I'll just find a way to curate events. And then also you're going to be looking at mostly how I want this to work anyway, is I want you to land on this page and immediately see events from the people that you're following. And then like an explore page. And then you can like see the stuff that you posted. Right now I deleted everything I posted, so there's nothing really for me to take a look at. So that's why. This comment section's a little bit too big though now. I think we can start to maybe think about that. But yeah, it's really cool though that you can see that people from around the world are using the application, though, are using the protocol. So you can see people in all different languages actually posting. But again, we have to curate content because not everybody's going to want to see everything, you know what I mean? Anyway, so I think that's a good enough little comment box for now. I think that'll solve most of my needs for commenting on most of my applications when I'm thinking about just adding commenting really quickly. I'm so tired of thinking about it that I just wanted to fix it to be like useful at a very basic level, you know? So now what I'm going to do is we'll go to, will you keep making video tutorials on your YouTube channel besides live stream? Yeah, at some point I probably will. Mostly, the problem is, so what I'm building right now, I'm building for a hackathon, and that's what I was doing before. I was building for a hackathon. And like, I like to build things that exist, right? So I like to build, you know, stuff that people use, right? So like when I'm making videos, I'm not really building, right? So like a lot of these streams, like while they may be useful for other people, they're supremely useful for me because it gets me sitting down at a desk, thinking through things, practicing, getting better at writing code, and getting better at explaining what I'm doing, and then also actually getting stuff out. Like when I made Zap, I made an original video for it and stuff like that, but when I actually like put it all together, that was during a live stream. When I put LunarVim initially, like the original LunarVim together, that was during all live streams, right? When I built this nostrings.news application, this was all during live streams, right? So when I built this so that you could go to like different Nostr sites and things like that, I built this during live streams. What else I built? I built some of the React Nostr library during these live streams, right? So this is a hooks library, and I learned a lot about that stuff just building it live. What else? BlogStack. I built like all of BlogStack in old streams, right? And it's actually a pretty popular little blogging application over on Nostr, right? Also, when I post these every now and then, sometimes people see that I'm posting and then they come and join me and they help me build the things that I want to build. And I actually did win a hackathon recently from sitting down and working on these things. And that brought a lot of value to me because then I won a hackathon. I got accepted into another exclusive hackathon that I'm working on now. And, you know, I'm getting to build the things I want to build. So I want to make videos. It's just that, like, I really am not prioritizing them. Right now I'm prioritizing just building stuff. So you can imagine there's some developers out there in the world who are just like not content creators and they're just building stuff. And that's kind of just where I'm at right now. I just happen to be streaming it as well. So hopefully that makes sense. I do want to make videos again, but I'm so bored of video. Like, I don't know. I'm sure there's like neat things I could make videos about. Most videos that I see out there these days are just like absolute grifting, and then they're also just like kind of like it's just like news that's like completely unimportant. It's kind of just like potato chips. It's like eating potato chips. It feels like watching most of these videos. And so like nothing ever really gets done at the end of the video. You don't learn really anything much. You just learn this developer has an opinion on this thing, and it's kind of funny. So, I don't know. Condense the knowledge you get from building things and make a video 20 minutes about it or something. Yeah, but for me to do that, I have to set up a video editor. I have to, you know, get like the thing in the editor. I have to run through and I have to do that. I have to potentially write a script. I have to make a thumbnail. I have to upload it. I have to go through all the steps of uploading through YouTube, and then I have to. There's friction. You know what I mean? So I guess if I was really focused on growing my channel, I'd probably be making a ton of videos, but it's just not my focus right now. The focus is actually building things. So I don't know. Maybe soon. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's definitely time consuming. Sorry, it might be the old guy in me saying, but how can you focus on making something right now when there are people giving you feedback all the time? I hate pair programming because I usually code crappy. Well, I don't know. I don't really care about people's feedback, I guess. So like, if it's really useful, then I integrate it. But if it's like just noise, then I can usually ignore it. Really what keeps me here is just this, it's just like, I don't know. It's like a trick. It's like a mental trick. It's like, I would not be sitting here coding if I didn't have my microphone here and I wasn't streaming this live. I wouldn't be doing it. I would have, by now, I feel like because you guys are watching me, I have to do this. You know, it's just like this weird mental trick I guess I'm pulling on myself. But I feel like if I wasn't streaming this, then by now I would have gotten up and started watching YouTube and then kind of given up on the thing I'm working on. And you see what I'm saying? And I don't really care if I code crappy. And I certainly hate pair programming. Just because I don't... Well, I mean, why shouldn't I code crap? Like, I'm going to code crappy stuff for sure. I'm going to have my moments where I code good stuff. And then I'm going to get better and better. But like... Definitely, I'm going to be coding a lot of like garbage. I feel like maybe there's some fear, like some perfectionist fear that if like you come on here and you're like writing code that's not perfect, like people are going to like dogpile you and be like, oh, you could do that better. Like that's not how you do that. I feel like that's just from like this whiteboard culture that like exists. Where it's like you're all stressed or like, oh, like what's this guy gonna think? And then there's just like this stressful moment where like you're at the whiteboard and someone is asking you a very specific question and you have to answer it. I don't know. And if you get it wrong, you're stupid. You're an idiot. If you don't know how to reverse this link lit, if you don't know how to do this or that, whatever, you should be embarrassed. Your face should get red and you should just walk out of the room with your head hung in shame. You're stupid. You don't know. You weren't able to answer this random bespoke system design question on the spot. You weren't able to you couldn't write binary search from memory? You idiot. You couldn't do that? Wow. Get out of here. Do you prepare for live streams? No. I have a general idea of what I'm going to be working on. And then I just start writing code. And I just start... I don't know. Every now and then it's just fun because I'll just talk about something stupid. Like I kind of had an agenda in one of the streams, which was to switch over to Pop OS and like rant about why I was switching to Pop OS. So I had like an agenda in that stream. I had an agenda with like the NeoVim from like the 5-hour NeoVim stream I did. I had an agenda there. But like here, no, I don't. I didn't even prepare for those. Actually, when I did the 5-hour NeoVim stream, I was just like, I'm pretty sure that it would be a pretty big value add to some people if I just went through my config like almost like step by step. And then even with the Pop OS one, I was just like, everything I said was just completely off the cuff. And it was just like, I didn't write down notes or anything like that. I was just, I had a feeling I wanted to complain about window managers. Anyway, so, okay, where the hell is this comment section? I'm on the blog page. Yes. Last name. Okay, the problem with this is, you studied Tauri a bit? Not really. No, not much. I mean, you can see that like I'm genuinely in like mental anguish while I'm working through some of these problems. And I'm okay with not coming up with an answer. And I'm okay with actually struggling through the problem like a normal developer would. Like a normal developer is not going to like, okay, in all the videos, it's kind of like this Instagram thing where like Instagram shows you like people living their best life and you're like, ah, darn. I'm not living like that. How come I'm not living like that? And it's like you watch all these people code in videos where they've edited it and they've done all this shit. And then you watch someone code, and then you watch yourself code live, and you're just like, wow, I'm an idiot. I have to like look things up. I have to like think, and I have to be frustrated and stuff like that. So I don't know. No, I didn't really look up Tauri too much. I kind of read some of it on stream. I don't know. Do you struggle to focus while coding alone? Yes. Yeah. If I'm coding just by myself, because I can be doing anything else, and I feel like nothing is holding me accountable. So that's why. Like right now, even though I only have 17 people watching right now, it just feels like, well, I guess 21 across all my different YouTube channels here, and other streaming services. And I don't know. I'm streaming to Zap.stream too, so I don't know there. I mean, I'm not even seeing those comments here, but I don't know. It's a mental trick. Like coming on and streaming is a mental trick for me, so that I can get work done while feeling like I have to do it because I'm streaming it. I don't know how to put it. It really is just at the end of the day, just tricking myself. You and Prime got me into NeoVim. Thank you for your work. You broke my mind getting back to systems that I cannot use it. Right. Yes, I already thought about it in tutorials. It's also easy and straightforward. Right. Yeah, like in tutorials, it's like you're not like this no comment thing I did. Like I literally just pulled some like repo off the internet, had no clue how I was going to fix it. Had some vague notion that I wanted to do some stuff with it so that it would work, and I knew there was some problem with it. I didn't know how I was going to fix it, and then it's like it's not a tutorial. It's just like here's the. Like that is a developer skill. I think so many developers, and I'm not saying I'm like some super skilled developer here, but I'm saying like that was hard for me to do. Like me following along a tutorial, me following along with documentation, I mean that's pretty easy. But like the hard thing for me to do just now was for me to just pull some random code written by somebody totally different who has some totally different way of setting things up and blah blah blah, and their own little bugs in it and stuff like that you have to figure out along the way. And I feel like that was always like something that was the most difficult thing for me when I was at work, and even just now is always just like pulling in somebody else's code and then just figuring it all out. Yeah, reading is hard. Can I ask your progress? Yeah, I think we basically got the commenting working. So now I'm gonna like make it look a little bit nicer. I'm just gonna like pull this in a little bit. And then we got like, a little dummy comment section. It's not perfect. There are problems with it. It's not super duper featureful, but it basically works at the scale that I expect it needs to work at. When new scales show up, then I'll revisit this. Brilliant mental trick. Yeah, for me, it's a mental trick. Especially when it's not documented. Exactly. Especially when you need to go read the source code. And I've really spent a lot of time getting better at reading source code. So like when I have a problem with like a Lua library, I will go and read the source code. I will look for the error. You know what I mean? When I have a problem with a package that I install from NPM now, I will do the thing I showed you earlier where I link it in the file system. So I'd link it in the file system. I go figure out the build commands. I build it locally. I play around with it, goof around with it until something, you try something until like you can get a little feedback loop going. And then once you have this like big crazy black box code base that you have no clue how the hell it works, and you're importing it as a library, once you can get a tight feedback loop going where I can be like, console log this in there, build it, let's run it and see what happens. Like that's where I'm at. I feel like there's a lot of reluctance to go there. I feel like there's a ton of reluctance by like modern developers to just go there, to like go visit the source code and like actually screw around with it. There's a lot of reluctance from me, so that's why I'm saying that. Maybe if you comment text area BG were transparent, it would look better. Do you think so? Maybe we can change that. Is that the input section? I think it's the input section. Nah, it can't be that because this is the border. Where's the background? This is the container. Background color. I don't think it's that. I think that's the container for the whole thing. Comment card. No, it's the input. It's got to be like input something. Input section. Where's the background? Styling. It might look better. It might look better. I don't know. Anyway. I'd have to find it. I'd have to find out where that background is being set. I just don't know where it's being set. Like, there's this, but that's just the NC background, whereas the NC background, if I go to globals.css and we go down to that is correct there. So I think, is it maybe using, oh, it's using the text background. That's what it is. So if we change, whoopsie daisy. If we change this to 0A, 0A, 0A. There we go. I don't know. Does that look better? It might. Yeah, it's, I mean, well, let's try and do this too. Let's go to the article. And that's not where we want to be. Let's go to the blog page, actually. And then we're going to give this, whoops. We're going to give this a max W 3XL, like that. That was not good. Let's keep them together like this in a div. And then let's do div here and one there, just like that. And then we'll do max W 3XL, like this. Better before? Oh, now it's like a nightmare here. Let's see if we can change this. What the hell? Let's see if we can change this to flex and then flex col. The advantage of me using no comment instead of building it myself is that they already have some basic threading done, and that's why. That's why it's good for me. Let's do. I don't want to write that right now because again, like I have to deliver on other things for this hackathon. Okay, we're so close. W full. I hate that I have to scroll down every time. There we go. Let's bring back the other. Now that we have it kind of more the way I was expecting it to look there. I don't know. I think it looks fine with the background there. I think it kind of like stands out. Flex grow. Is that better? I just do width full. I know you can create an instant account with it, which I kind of don't like. Well, I just updated that so that that's not going to be the way that it really works. Well, actually, I think you could still use it that way, but you don't have to anymore. The way that it's going to work right now is it's automatically going to read my public key, so I'm just going to immediately post. So that little moment there where it's like, hey, you need to like log in first, it can, like now I don't have to deal with that. But yeah, it handles all the threading for me and stuff like that. I don't want to think about the threading logic for that yet. I don't want to think about really anything like that. So I'm going to just ignore that. Now, okay. So, one issue is that when I reload this, it pops there and then it's gone, which tells me that somewhat unfortunately, I think we may need to move that down into the article component and then only do it when the event is available. So I think we need to take this and I think we need to put it maybe here. And now, okay, we have this. Now we probably want to also bring in the natter. Like this. What's your problem? Oh. And then we probably want to import this. And then this is the address pointer for that, but it's not necessarily your pub key. But I'm not going to pass that down because this is going to be held in context in the future. So that pub key we'll grab from here. Like that. Okay. And now if I comment this out, and then I pass this state here for the natter. It's going to complain. String and undefined can't be set there. That's all right. Maybe I'll just pass that. You know what? Or instead of that, I will support taking in undefined in the article. And then I will only show this if there's a natter. Okay. So it needs to be fixed a little bit. Could do natter string. Yeah. Could also consider this for the future. React comment. Yeah, maybe I could. Maybe I would just have to fill in the hook logic for it. Current user, login, link, all these things. When you submit an action, how do you read like threads and stuff? It's nice that it supports that. I like the little line there. I don't think it's been updated in a long time though, so that kind of like worries me a little bit, especially in JavaScript land. Okay, so this is pretty good, except for now, where does this live under? Lives under this div. And it doesn't seem, well, actually, it does kind of seem to be somewhat centered there. I think. I feel like it could be bigger, though. Threading, I guess you pass an object and it'll do it for you, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. How many hours do you code in a day? I don't know. I mean, most people who have traditional jobs, I don't think they code 8 hours a day. But also the code that they're doing is usually mentally not very stimulating, and there's always a lot of like red tape and bullshit that you have to deal with, and mostly like meetings and junk and like all kinds of stuff that kind of gets in your way. Sometimes you'll be on a good team, and sometimes you'll be able to work with good engineers who like are good at like kind of teaching you things. But sometimes you won't. I mean, some people blow like years at companies where they can't grow and they can't think. But your question was how many hours a day do I code? I would say like on average. I mean, there's days where I don't code at all. There's like recently I went a month without coding. I just kind of like enjoyed my time and just did whatever the hell I wanted. You know what I mean? But when I'm like in the thick of it, probably on average, maybe like 4 or 5, I would say. Something like that. When I was working, probably, like when I was working at Comcast, probably like, maybe like 1 or 2. So, I don't know. What's happening here? So, if we go to the elements. Same with me, I can't focus for more than 4 hours a day on average. Yeah, I mean, this is what I did. Like, all the coding I'm going to do is during this live stream, right? And then I'm going to go, all right, I accomplished something. I put out a video. I did what I needed to do. This is my day's work. And that's it. I'm done. You know? Then I can go enjoy myself because I feel like I'm accomplished. And the other thing that's nice about live streaming is I can look back and I can go, yep, I built that thing. I can go back and see that I built it on a live stream. I have my proof that I did it. This is some bullshit here. What the f are you talking about? What is this? Maybe this. Yeah, I think we need to go down this road. Okay, there's a little padding around it. What is that? Is it? No, it's not you. MY. Why is there padding? It must be a thing that no comment has built in. Like it just has its own padding. I would rather it didn't have that. Yeah, here it is. I think that's what it would be. There it goes. Yeah, let me just add the padding around it if I want to add padding around it. Don't force padding. It was padding. Spent almost 3 months not coding at all, too. Sometimes you need to take time off from writing so much code. And like I code pretty prolifically. Like I have a lot of stuff that I've written. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't feel bad taking time off to just like enjoy myself doing other things. Okay, so now around this, I can't really give it a class name though. Like I don't think it would do anything. Yeah. So maybe one day I'll actually write a good comment section for this. This might be fun to like learn how threading would work and like all that kind of thing. I'm gonna have to get into like a little bit of maybe like recursion or something. Could be interesting. But okay, I guess we just have to wrap it in a div and then we'll just, cause I don't want to deal with that in the future. So we're just gonna go div like this. Well, I'll take that there, put that there. What the hell? Okay. All right. class name, and then we're going to do empty, and then we'll do like 8, like that. There we go. That looks a little bit better. All right. So now you can, let me get rid of this junk here. Click on that. Click on this. Click on this. Yeah. All right. So now when you click on a blog, you show up and you get a nice little comment section under it, and you can put simple comments. All right. So we'll go back home here. We'll click on this. Oh shit! It showed it for like a second there. Oh, you know what? I know how to fix that. We're going to say natter end. We're going to say events, maybe 0. Like, and then we'll put another and. Like that. All right. And now you got a little comment section at the bottom that you can read. And if we go here, yeah, it looks like it doesn't pop up for a second now, which is nice because we didn't want that. Nice. Yes, perfect. All right. Yeah, that flash was very, very not good looking. So this is perfect. I think the button looks better like this. This is all just better. And it's not perfect, but it does what basically I need it to do. So adding a comment section is good. We'll say VPNs are cool, and we'll post this. And it broke. Windowed. All right, wait a minute. I think it's because I didn't get a private key passed in. So that is from the fact that I passed a public key. So I'm almost done. Just got to go fix that. So when you're in the editor, window. The trick is not to test it, exactly. Holy moly, I don't know how you can enjoy writing some React. All right, let me also say, I don't enjoy writing React. I'm not necessarily enjoying writing React. I am enjoying creating desktop apps. So that's what I want to do. I want to build desktop apps because I have a plan for what I want to do with them. And I'm in a hackathon. And it's not necessarily that I just learned JSX in 2023 and like React. Like I learned it as well as I could last year. So it's not my favorite language to use. It's not my favorite thing to do is to do UIs in React and all this kind of stuff. But when I'm working with other people in hackathons and I'm trying to build things fast and I'm trying to make things that look good and I'm trying to use the stuff that's available to me and the tools that are available to me, this is what I have to use. I wouldn't mind using C. I would actually, I think, enjoy using C, but I need a reason to use C. And I don't know what you mean by C, I guess C++. I don't like C++. So, you know, if I found something I wanted to do with C, then that would be fine, I guess. But right now, I'm trying to build stuff that like people will actually use. And I'm trying to build for hackathons and things like that to move this protocol and this social network forward. That's why I'm here. You know, will C die for Rust? No, C will not die because of Rust. These are memes that programmers say. No language will ever die, actually. It will always still exist. I don't know what people mean by die. No idea. It still exists. Do you mean like people won't use it anymore? I mean, I don't know. Like, I think people will probably always be using C. It's too embedded into everything. So for a long time, we're probably just going to have C unless we like rethink the way we're going to be doing things, like entirely. It's kind of like asking, like, will cities still use concrete? Yeah, for new development. Yeah, I still think people are still developing new things in C.
And if they're not developing new things in C, they're depending on things that are developed in C. Like Python is dependent on a lot of things developed in C. Now, you might be thinking, oh, everyone's going to rewrite. I think Rust is decent, but Rust still has to prove itself more than just a fad and more than just like the flavor of like a couple years. Things go away. And you don't even realize why they go away or how they go away or when it even went away. You're like, oh shit, that thing existed. Now it's gone. And if no one's killed Java yet, nobody's going to be able to kill C. So, okay, anyway. If private key do thing, else do this thing. Need to get the private key. This is trouble. Because we want to be able to sign the event. We could pass it a private key, but C's 50 years old. Yeah, and there are gigasystems that use super old languages, and even those old systems need to be maintained. And since you have coders that know those fossil languages, then you might expand here and there. You never know. You never know. I don't think C's going anywhere anytime soon. I'm not even worried about it. I don't even care. It's just like, what's it even matter, really? So, okay, so this private key gets passed in. See, this is the trouble, because then you have to get it from the window, and solving problems on the desktop is a whole nother can of worms. Okay, so there's that. And then if we are on no comment, then there's some private. We could pass the private key in just like this. And we could just move on. I think that's what we're going to have to do. Zig is taking too long to replace it. I don't know. Zig is interesting, but I mean, even Zig, it's like, Zig might be the new thing. I mean, I think Go is a really nice language. I'd rather write everything in Go rather than Java. But Java is still kicking. Let's just pass in a private key here. Why not? I mean, it's probably better than just pulling it out of local storage anyway. I don't know why that was even an option. Where are we at here? Okay. So we're going to pass this underscore private key. And I'm going to have to think of something else here too for this. And then we'll make that underscore private key. And then we have that, like that. And then we'll build this. Whoops. We'll jump back over here. And where's my private key? What are you complaining about? Why is that image so... Was that always like that? Yeah, okay. Agree with the NODE-TEC, but I mean for super performant, low level stuff, you might have better options. Yeah, I don't think I would replace C with Go. I mean, I don't know if Zig is necessarily trying like to fully replace C. I guess maybe it is, but I don't know enough about Zig. I just know Zig is like a systems level language that came out around the same time that Rust did, that people cared less about than Rust. Maybe it's a little newer than Rust. But again, I don't know much about it. We also don't need this. Oops. Now, post menu. What? Oh. Sure. All right, let me just make sure this is rebuilt. Anyway, those languages need at least 10 years to become the new trend like Go. Go is really good. It has a lot of smart people that worked on it. It's simple. Go is everything I want to use in a programming language right now. It obviously has its flaws, but I think like for me to be productive, I could be very productive using Go. It's funny that AI runs on Python. AI doesn't really run on Python. AI mostly runs on C. And yeah, AI runs mostly on C. We let the silly data scientist people use Python so that they can get their thoughts on the page. But I mean, primarily AI runs on C. Easy coding, easy life, yeah. Go has 12 years and only recently started to get traction. Also, HTMX is playing a big role for Go. Yeah, for some reason, most people want to write their backends in Go and their front ends with HTMX, which is, cool. Again, HTMX just isn't really there for me for what I want to do yet. So, let's try again. VPNs are cool. Bastard. I passed in a private key. I then initialize the private key. I then pass the private key to the editor. The editor gets the private key. Establish Noster key. I don't even want to run this. I don't think there's any. Good point to really do this. Yeah, whatever. What's the problem here? Oh. Let's do. Still using Keychron? No, I'm using a Newfie now. Yeah, in the end, using the CUDA cores. Yeah. And everything else too. I mean, there's, like all the Python libraries are all written in C. K8 Pro? Kate Pro? Alright, let's delete this. Did I build this? Can't remember. BBNs are cool. Private keys undefined. Okay, why? Why? Why is it undefined? Seems to be coming in from the editor. Which comes in from no comment. We have this, and we have the initial state here. And we're passing a private key here. What is this shit? Exit, please. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, see, this is why we need TypeScript. Private key like that. Private key like this. All right, let's do a reload. What exactly is a desktop app dev in your view? Do you just make small utility apps? No. So my plan here, hopefully if you're still watching over there, my plan here is to build entire social networking apps here on the desktop. So for instance, like this is, a blogging app where we have infinite scroll, say, and then I can click on this guy's creamy taco soup blog here and I can read it. And then I can save these things onto my desktop and I can comment via relay everything. And then this, that way I don't have to deal with all the other stuff. By the way, Chris, you have to put your system specs on the description of the streams and also the font. Check the most asked questions of your stream. I think the font wins. Oh, yeah, I know. Also, your VS Code editor. That's a good point. So would that count as a widget? I think the right phrase is. No, I would say that this is like a full-blown just a desktop app. I don't know. It's an application. It's like an app. That's what I would think about it. I mean, you can call it a program. You can call it an app. But what I want to do is I want to build things that you can use directly on your computer so you can get off the web browser Animal Farm. That's kind of my plan here. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, so I'm passing the stupid private key. It is an Animal Farm. And that's the thing too. You got all these influencers and stuff like that you're listening to, and it's just like they just keep telling you, like they keep you locked in this. It's not their fault. I don't think that there's like some conspiracy to do this, but like they're all just constantly talking about the new things that are. Everybody's in this feedback loop, and nobody's just like considering like, oh, maybe let me just walk away from the crowd here, and let me go in a different direction, because we're all arguing about what's the best way to do apps on the web. It's like the best way to do apps on the web might not be to do them on the web. It might be to walk away from the web. It might be that there is an entire place where we can innovate directly on the desktop, which brings a lot of sovereignty back to, and I'm not even saying like you have to be this super sovereign citizen kind of person or whatever, but I'm saying like truly like just the word sovereignty over your data, over your access to a website, over the access to an identity, over your access to a server, over your access to data. Like you don't need, like think about the layers of fucking indirection that is on the web. The web is a mess. It's just you need like first I need a web browser. Once I acquire a web browser, I need an email address, which that email address necessitates some large company running tons of servers for emails because they want everybody's email to be run by them. So they have everybody's email and all their information there. So they know what website you're logging into. And it necessitates first that you have a web browser that's tracking a ton of stuff that you do with tons of telemetry. And then from the web browser, again, then you have to show up to the email. Then you get the email. Then from there, you have to sign into, finally, now I can sign into some other app. Now, the second I sign into that app, there's all these cookies and things. And now that app kind of can begin to track me, like Facebook, all around my web browser, everywhere I go. And then from there, inside of Facebook or wherever you are, then I need to request Facebook, Twitter, pretty please, can I have access to your server to get some information? Not only that, but it necessitates them running tons of servers. It necessitates them having some DNS set up. It necessitates all kinds of insane certificates and nonsense and bullshit and all this stuff. And then once I finally have gone through maybe 5 layers of indirection to go achieve what I want to do on the web, then past their DNS, past their server, finally my data and all the data I'm interested in is held by them on a private database. It's got to be walked back a little bit. It's got to be walked back a little bit. Imagine a different world where you're on your desktop and you load up a desktop app and we're all using a protocol so that it's the same protocol. And then from your desktop app, you post a blog to a relay. And then I go and read the blogs from that relay. Great. I mean, that's it. We're done pretty much, right? Necessitates you having a public-private key pair on your computer. And so you might think that, like, oh, normal people won't be able to do this. I mean, think about all the complication that exists in the other direction. I mean, I didn't even get into two-factor authentication. I didn't get into the fact that you have to sometimes do things like puzzles to log into things and post stuff. I didn't get into the fact that there's all kinds of payments and stuff like that are just not online native that you have to set up with all this nonsense. It is so much simpler, and we just need to build a UX and UI around it. But just imagine that on your computer you control private and public key pair, which is your identity, and then you reach out to a relay to post your content, and then that relay just relays the information to the other person. And that's it. Who triggered him? Now he won't stop. That's a good point. The Animal Farm. Good description. That's what did it. I need to keep pounding this into people's heads. You are totally right. I feel that very much and anguishes me too. At my old company, I suggested we developed in an Electron. You wanted to develop an Electron app for your old company. Gotcha. Yeah. And people don't want to build on the desktop because, again, there's less control for them to build on the desktop. If you build on the desktop, you're giving a user something, right? If I build on the web, I'm getting you to like join my little cult, my little platform, you know? And it's much better that we don't do that. I think we just need to do, I'm not trying to capture even 50%. I'm just trying to capture just the group of people that would care, you know? And then maybe we can capture a small amount of users who are just like, you know what, I don't need all this bullshit and all these websites and whatever else. I'd like a Twitter kind of client on my computer, and I'd like a blogging client. And like, that's it. I don't really need, maybe a video client. You know what I mean? And I don't really need the web for other stuff. The web's good for like documentation. The web's good for like maybe exploration of different sites that might be out there. But I mean, most of those sites are completely gone, and everyone's kind of, again, huddled around specific sites, specific web apps. I just think we can walk it back. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's on its face. It's such a ridiculous thing to have such a complicated system like that. But then again, I have to figure out this stupid private key thing. So maybe it's not worth it because I have to figure this out. All right, I'm decoding this thing. We're getting the data. It says undefined. Why? So we'll do, no, let's do console.log. Here we'll do primage key, please. And then we'll do the private key. I'd like to see what it gives me. What is this? What is, oh yeah, it wants single quotes. Honestly, what I really love about it is the easy payment. Yeah. So the only sad thing about Nostr, and I don't mean to offend anyone, is that many of its current users are crypto bros, and almost all the content is about crypto. Yeah. So that's what I want to work against that, and I feel like I can think of some ways to subvert that. So not that I don't like Bitcoin, I do. I'm a fan of Bitcoin. I'm not a fan of any other crypto or anything like that, and I am, and that's fine. But it's not my whole personality. I don't only think about Bitcoin. I'm not only like, oh, Bitcoin. I'm not in like the Bitcoin cult. Like, it's just a thing that I use, and it's a thing that I think is like, it has a utility, it's useful, and it makes sense for me. But you don't hear me talking about it all the time. I think a lot of the people are on there are Bitcoin people, and I think one of the best ways to do it is to just ban the tag Bitcoin or from your thing, or to just only read from certain tags, and then other, like, you know, and then just get a curated feed so that we can kind of like ignore all the Bitcoin content, because yeah, it's way too Bitcoin heavy. And I have some ideas for how I think micro communities is the best way to kind of get on there and begin to combat that. So like, for instance, I could make a site for NeoVim users so that they can post from NeoVim like little blogs and stuff, and then it would only show tags that are tagged with NeoVim, and then we can kind of like just like carve out a slice like that. I never advertise Bitcoin. I'm never like, oh, you should buy Bitcoin. You look at the chart. Look at this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, I use Lightning where it makes sense so that I can use like an internet native currency in my applications. But oh my God, people made Bitcoin like their god, you know, which is troubling. It's like, just calm down a little bit. Like, I don't know. I guess when you have so much money tied up in a particular thing, or if like you're just confused, or if you have no like identity or personality, it's really easy to like join into some sort of cult for a lot of people. One Nostr project I really like is Zap. It needs some refining, but the idea is so cool. Yeah, that's what I really like. I like the zapping as well. I think that's what's interesting. That's where Bitcoin's interesting. Only a fan of Federa Hashgraph. I don't want to advertise it, but yeah. Maybe, I don't know. I see all that stuff. I pretty much ignore anything in that space that isn't Bitcoin. And even Bitcoin, I ignore a lot of as well. Yeah, I am on zap.stream. I don't know if I got any sats on there. Zap.stream. Am I live here? It ended? No, well... A new version has been detected. Okay. Am I here? How come I'm not here? I may have ran out of money. To like actually be streaming. Yeah. My balance was below a certain amount, so now I'm offline. Oh well, maybe in the future I'll update that. don't even know what Zap in Bitcoin is. Well, it's not really a Bitcoin concept. I mean, kind of. It's like a layer 2, even layer 3 on top of Bitcoin. You see this platform is more than crypto because people don't stream about crypto usually. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I really feel like the Bitcoin fanatic people really poisoned Bitcoin. I feel like it was a really interesting thing, and then now there's a lot of really just strong opinions about it out there. And there's people who like hate it. And there's also people who again, like I said, it's almost like they made it their god. Where's that VPN thing? That's all right. We'll just do this. Test. There we go. Sweet. Okay. And so now we can reply to that and go test. And now we have a little reply there. Cool. All right, that's about all we need. So I think that gives us a solid little comment section to work with. And I'm happy with that. I'll probably like put this on. I don't know if he's going to want to accept my updates and stuff like that directly into no comment because it changes how things work a little bit. But I'll probably publish it to NPM under like a fork just so I can use it in my projects. I don't foresee no comment getting a lot of updates. And until something really good comes out, that's probably what I'll use. Or until I can figure out how to roll my own. What, for commenting? There's Zap threads that's out there, but I remember I used it one time and there was just something I didn't like about it. I forget what it was. But yeah, I think this is fine for what I want to do. What I might do. Like that reply color. What is that reply color? It's just a reply wrap. Alright, I'm not going to play with it too much then. It's probably fine. Might fork the one I sent you and work a bit on it because it looked nice. Yeah. I'm probably going to look into this a little bit more. I think I probably could actually turn this into something useful for myself. It's not really that complicated, it doesn't seem. There's just a few different use effects here. Fetches profiles. I think the hardest part for me to understand would be the threading concept. That I'd have to think about for a little bit. And then whatever the hell this is doing. Looks like it's just doing a very basic search. So I don't know why this isn't something that could be abstracted or isn't already abstracted into a library somewhere. Yeah, I do always find myself coming back to the dark plus color scheme. It just feels like a great default color scheme. It just looks like the default color scheme for me. Like, I don't know, like everything else just doesn't quite do it. This is just such a great, simple color scheme. I can see everything I'm looking for. I don't know why. I feel like I can see everything I'm looking for exactly the way it should look. Also, yeah, that's something also I'd like to do is flatten them after a couple nests. So I would say flatten all of them and just only show the top level comment, and then just show like a little thing that says like X amount of replies, and then just only open them if you want to. And only allow mentions. Yeah, mentions are kind of an interesting concept as well in Nostr. But yeah, it's really not that complicated. I think this could easily be done. I think mentions instead of reply would be more of like the way that 4chan does comments. I think that would be an interesting way. Yeah, completely flat commenting. That's how 4chan does comments. The problem with doing a 4chan-esque commenting system on Nostr is that you can't get the oldest events first. So you get the newest events first. I would really like to get it into the basic spec that we should be able to get the oldest events first. I can't imagine that would be that hard to implement at the relay level, and it would be a big thing. I mean, we're gonna probably hopefully spin up our own relay soon, so maybe we'll be able to do that. Also, this editor thing. I don't even know why it gives you the text box and stuff. I actually feel like there should just be a hook to send an event to. So then that way you don't have to depend on this thing to send the event. And then this would be the hard part, is the threading and stuff like this. Yeah. Anyway. This is going to be something I'm going to have to revisit a couple times and figure out. But if it's flat, you can do it easily. Yeah, no, but think about it. Flat mentions, but they would be in reverse. That's the problem. The problem is you're not able to get the oldest events first. That's the problem, if you think about it. Now I could reverse. Yeah, you want older first, because when you go through, like for instance, if you were thinking like a 4chan style flat comment system, then you would see the little mentions here. The mentions you would expect to be lower down, but not. They would end up actually being higher up. And so you would see all these replies higher up rather than lower down, because on Nostr we're not able to get the oldest events first. So that's why I haven't built that comment system yet. I would have already done that, I think. I think you can, but you need some logic? I don't think so. I think the only thing you can do is... Let me think about it. No, you can't. Because you need the oldest event first. That's my thinking anyway. I think you need to be able to get the oldest event first. You can think about it, but that's my mindset on it. I'm almost positive that, yeah, I'm almost positive that you're going to run into the same problem as me if you think about it. Because I've thought about this. That's why I didn't go and tackle my own commenting system, is because I can't do that. Anyway. Yeah, like if you look at like Twitter comments, they're like another thing. Like if we click on this thread here, like I like this flat comment system, but we would need to be able to, I don't know, do something. Oh, Wales followed me. Cool. Maybe I should build everything in Wales. I don't think Tauri follows me, those bastards. Yeah, I follow them. That's it. We're switching to Wales. Anyway, I'm going to be on a year-long campaign just kind of like pushing desktop application work. Yeah, the Reddit nightmare, I hate. I'll say this, I hate threaded comments like this. I don't like them. This is not what I want. I want a flat commenting system, level 1 comments. And then I want mentions, like you're saying. But I'm telling you, I'm almost 100% certain the way you're going to want to do it is you're going to want to have the oldest ones first. And I think that's the problem. So maybe when we build up our own relay, we can actually get that going, and then we can get a good commenting system working. But yeah, I hate threaded comments. I don't like them. They're a mess. I like mentions. I'm totally on board with you with the level 1 commenting and then mentions. That would be the best way. Unless you store it separately on a well, when we begin to store things on a database, that's when we begin to kind of walk back the protocol. So there are reasons to do it and reasons to not do it, but I think I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely avoiding a database here. How could it be tiny? It's not tiny at all. It's all the comments for a particular thing. Say that a thing has, I don't know, like 1,000 but it's every post has comments. So I don't know how this would be tiny. I think this would still be big. Comment limit should be a thing. I think you can enforce that on the platform, but you can't enforce it on the protocol. So we could enforce that on our platform. We could say, if you comment more than 300 comments on a post, then the newer ones will not be added on our platform. The problem is that we still can't get older events first. So if there were 400 events and we are on Nostr, we can only stream in the latest 300 events. So that's the problem. Something to think about. But yeah. It's kind of a pain. I know. But hopefully something will get there. I'm going to keep complaining. I need to complain to the Telegram group, which I don't think I have on this computer. And they don't have a Discord. All right. Yeah, the next thing I build on the desktop, I'll build in Wales. Can you query an event by date? They changed the API again. This is not what I used to work with. They changed the API with Nostr tools. And it still works with pools. And instead of a list, it's query sync. But it's still just a list. But even with the date... how can that help me? Say I have the date that the thing was posted. Does that help? Any? I can't think about it. Time boggles my mind. So if I have the date of the... You can try to get like 10 comments, 2010, 2000. I don't know what you mean by that little slash list there. I wanted to see if you could get old to new. You can't. You can't. But does it give me the ability to... The oldest event would be an event that was posted directly after, or at some point after. No, I don't think that helps. I don't think it helps. Oh. Yeah, I was wondering if that was a date, but I don't know like why that would be a useful date in this case. Since it's like referencing the year 2000. I can't think of a way, honestly. I can't think of a way. I need to go complain about it. I want to see if they can do something about it. He wrote a European style date. I mean, I recognized it initially as a date, but I'm like, why is this? I didn't know if he was trying to say like this, you know, like 3 different things or something. Because I'm like, the year 2000 would be such an irrelevant date. Well, yeah, there's a day, 20 month, that, and then, yeah. The best way to do it, in a lot of ways, like when you're... I don't know. Doesn't matter. I need video to learn after my mini stroke. TIA, do you know of a good series on creating your own bot? I program in Rust. No, I don't really know much about creating bots. Oh, there's no month 20? Are you trying to say... I don't know. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. I'm not following. Let me really quick go to this package JSON. I'm just gonna put, I don't know, we'll say like version 0.4, I don't know. And then I'm gonna add myself as a little author here. Christian Chiarulli, a little comma, even though this is not the right way. And then what we'll do is I need to sign in npm auth or something. npm login. What? Why? One second. To an old date. All right, I'll try that out in a little bit. Let me, I want to see if I can log into NPM so I can publish this stupid thing. What's the problem? That's stupid. What is my password then? Username or maybe it's my username because I'm trying to do an email. That could be the issue actually. Let me check on my other computer what my npm is. npm. Sorry, the filter is not created at, but since. Yeah, there's since and until. But I still don't think that since and until help us here. I mean, if you can figure some black magic out here, I mean, sure, but I think my username is Chris Abasheen. There we go. All right, I signed into that. npm passcode. There we go. Go to the home page. All right, so now we're logged into npm. Let's change the package name. Fokker. Fork. Now let's do npm publish. All right. So now I should be able to install the React no comment dash fork from npm. By the way, I love your Neovim videos. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just don't know much about I don't know much about bots. I don't even really know that much about Rust. So you can get the date of the event that has the comments. Then you can get the comment events since created at of the current event until current date of the user. This is possible because the event that you are commenting was created before the comments to itself. Oh. yeah, you have a starting point, but you're still just going to get the newest events. You're still just going to get the newest events, though, right? Or no? Am I crazy? What am I missing? No? Okay. All right. Well, look, I mean, if we can get this to work. Well. Okay, but this is the problem. I have to get all the comments. What if there's 400 comments and what if there's 1,000 comments? What if there's 10,000 comments? I want to start from the oldest comment. See what I'm saying? You know what I mean, or no? Hopefully I'm making sense. Dude, does all of that get packaged and go up there? No. Okay, good. I don't know what stops it, but sure. All comments, yes. Then you do is limit by say days or number. So you're maybe saying that you can only comment on a thing for X amount of days since it was released. I mean, still, there's the problem of like, what if something was supremely popular the second that it came out? Like somebody commented, like somebody put a post out, it was supremely popular. Everybody showed up, put 10,000 comments in like a minute. I mean, you're still not going to be able to get the oldest comment in that sense. You need to be able to request from the relay to give me oldest events of this type first by this filter. That's what I think. You store the date. All right, listen, look, if you have a proof of concept for this, I would literally love to see it. I would love to see the proof of concept here. Dude, you can get only 10 events with a pool, or at least I could. You can limit it to 10 events, but you can't say give me the oldest, unless I'm crazy. I could be wrong. I'd love to see it. Like, this should be a super simple implementation, right? Like, just find a post that has, you know, a decent amount of comments, or just make one. It would take like 2 seconds, right? I mean, we could even use like one of the ones that I had here, which might have been this one, or one of them. I can't remember which one it was. Thought it was this one. I think that was with the other thing though. Like, we could comment 1,000,000 times on this one. Look, I want to believe, all right? Listen, I definitely want to believe. It's just not computing in my head. I mean, it would allow me to build a comment system. But it is getting late. I do want to do this, but I feel like I don't know. I have a couple other things I have to do today, so I don't know. I don't think I have the time to do it right now, but I'm extremely interested in this. Okay. All right. Give me a second. Let's do it then. All right. So here we go. We're on the article, right? And we want to use a subscription. So we'll do a subscription. No, we're going to do it right now. It's fine. Let's do it. So we have that, and then we're going to rename events to comments. like this, comment events, right? And then instead of that, we'll put the event key for comments. All right, and this is using my new library, right? And so now we need a filter. It needs a comma. So now we need a filter. This is going to be a comment filter. So we'll say const comment filter, and then we'll say it's of type filter, and then we'll say okay, like this, and then we got to jump over here. Oops, daisy. Jump to there. We'll say comment filter like this. All right, so we have the relays, we have that. All right, so now in the comment filter, what we're interested in is something. So we need for kinds, we need kinds, and we need kinds 1, right? And then we need some since, and we need maybe some until, or something like this. Now we have information about this particular event because it's here in this event. So, but even if it's not, what I can do is I can just hack this, because I can say for here, okay, we have that, events 1. So what I'm going to do is we're going to put a quick use effect here. So I'm going to say use effect. All right, and we're going to do this, then we'll do this, and on events, now I'm going to console.log events, the first event, just so I can grab out the created app of it. Okay, and now I'm going to come here, reload this, inspect the page. All right, so now we have the console, and we have the first event. So now this is events changed. That's not what we want. We want console.log events. This must have changed at some point. It must run when it's been changed, so give me a second here. Some events. Some events. Okay, here it is. And so then we have a created app. This is the created app. Obviously, we'll grab this programmatically in the future, but whatever, for now, it's not a big deal. And so then we have this, we have that, we have since, this, okay. And then you're telling me to do limit 10. We'll do limit 3, okay? And then what I'll do is we'll drop this comment section here. And then what I will do is we will do a quick comment events. We'll say this. If comment events, yeah, basically this. No, not that. Nope, not that. You were wrong this time, Copilot. And we're gonna do comment events. If it exists, then we'll do that, and we'll say that I want to create. I want to do like a div, like this, and just close it off. And we're going to map each one of the events into it. So we're going to just do something like event.content, like that. And then this has to do, how do you do this again? Not like that. So we have this corresponds with that. That's our first problem. There's all this bullshit here. We'll just get rid of that. That's clearly messing things up. Put that there. I need to like return. Why can't I think about how this is supposed to look right now? I have a thing. What was that? Posts. Okay. That's what I thought I did. How's it different? I'm missing that. Yeah, you're probably right. I think this might be just in like the wrong place or something. Or no, I need another one of these. That's what it is. Okay. What is this shit? I think this is just him. That's not my thing. So, one second. Now, let me just grab this, because I'm going to need a way to make the comments. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go back like this. Then I'm going to uncomment all of this, which did not work. It's all right, though. We'll just bring that back, and then we'll put this back directly under it. And so we can distinguish everything, we'll say that BG green. Okay. Oh, that is that. Oh, that's because I'm getting 3 events, but they need to be scoped to this particular event. So how do you do that? I think it would be with A being the natter. And the natter's there. And it's either that or undefined, which kind of sucks in this case. I don't know. Let's say like that. Maybe that'll fix it. I don't know. Let's find out. No. We need ones associated with this post. Like, so we need to say that. You can perfect it later. For now, just see if we can get the comments from oldest to new. Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll print out inside of here. Let's just drop this because it seems to be not really adding much. Okay, so when I'm mapping these, this one is newer because the number's higher. We want it upside down. I know I can reverse it, but that's not the point, because what if there's 400 of them? If there's 400 of them, and I only want, let's say there's 10,000 of them, I'd have to load all 10,000, limit to 10, but I'm only going to get the 10 newest. You're not going to get the original first. You're not going to get the original, like, new events are going to bump old events out. No? How not? You're going to get the 10 newest events in your filter add. Reverse them in Rust. Do you think that'll help? Since created at limit 10. That's what I have though. I have the same thing. I have limit 3. I have the created at of this particular post here. I'll put 10. The 10 is not going to change anything. Reload. Yeah, see, you got the newest first. Check the newest date. The newest date is the one that's at the top because it's the biggest number. And we're in Unix epoch time. So bigger numbers are newer numbers. Right? You see my problem, right? Do limit 3 or limit 2. Well, I mean, if I do, I'm probably going to get totally different events here. Okay. So I have 164 there. Now I have 246. So it's even newer. And if I refresh, so like it'll just get newer and newer. Right? So like if I refresh again, reload this, I'm going to get newer events that have since been created since then. Say now we have 268 and 265. Increased in Unix epoch time. So the issue is that without the ability to ask for the oldest events first in the filter, I can't really do a flat commenting system. Yes, since and until are a little more confusing than they appear. You would think since would be, I know what you mean. I know. Since should be from the past, not the newest. I thought so too. I remember I ran into a very similar, I basically did this. And I ran into the same exact problem. And this is when I was trying to build my own flat filing comment system on Noster. But it didn't work because of that. But hopefully that demonstrates the issue, yeah. No, it doesn't waste my time. Because it does demonstrate it, right? So it like demonstrates the problem that we're in, which is confusing. How's it going, Bailey? You're literally catching me again as I'm about to get out of here. But anyway, yeah. So that's what I ran into, and so we need to petition for to be able to get the oldest events first, and now you can see why that is. And now anybody who's interested in that same exact problem that I'm having can watch this. How's the Tauri developer experience? So far, it's just the React developer experience for the most part. And almost no different. So, yeah. I haven't really gotten into the back-end coding stuff yet. 1 second, I'm getting text messages. I have to jump out of here soon. It's going to snow all tomorrow? Yeah, we got to go get shit. It's been snowing like on and off lately today. Yeah, I would say it's much better than Electron. But okay. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Desktop apps are the future. Make sure you support me. You can become a member on the channel. You support me on GitHub, all that kind of good stuff. Make sure to leave a like. I am gonna get out of here. I've been streaming for I think a little bit too long.